Hello everyone, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV, Endwalker. We are continuing the main story after... how long's it been? A couple of weeks? We finished Endwalker, the main story, at the end of September last year. And as we know, we embarked on quite the adventure since then, doing a lot of other things. The Final Fantasy tactics, the Ivalice content, the Bosnia stuff, the Nia stuff, 3-month break, the Heavens Ward stuff, another Alliance raid, and now we're here in May, almost halfway through 2026. Just like that isn't frightening enough. Where the fuck has the time gone? Halfway through 2026, almost. And we're going to continue with patch 6.1. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me today. Hope you're doing well. My alarms didn't go off. And it's very cold. My alarms didn't go off and it's very cold. So I just had to have some breakfast, wake up properly, and we're ready to go. We're ready to go. I'm going to go into the Rising Stones, and we'll figure out what's going on there. I apologies, everyone. I won't add people to the party just yet, because I'm going to run in here and talk to Tataru, and I don't know what is required. Newfound adventure. So diving into the patch content is super exciting for story reasons, but also we finally get a new raid series. Let's go. Oh my god, I'm so excited to do a new raid series with all of you guys. Even though we've been doing the Alliance raids and some other group content, like it's been a while since we've been able to go through a raid series, so it's super exciting. And obviously we'll figure out when that develops, plus another new Alliance raid. Just the content. It's not going to stop. It's just going to keep going. Level 90 Newfound Adventure. Tataru is putting on a pot of tea and looks in need of company. Let's dive in. Omega, how lovely to see you. If you're not in too much of a rush, I was about to make a pot of tea. Would you like a cup? Take a seat then, and I'll find us something to nibble on as well. Oh my god, Philippe, welcome back. Everybody else, welcome in as well. Sorry, I've just kind of like rushed into the story because I've obviously woken up in a rush trying to get everything going. So apologies, each and all. But thank you so much for my regular viewers joining, and for those of you joining for the first time.
So much quieter these days without everyone around.
Oh my god, there's voice acting. I'm sorry. There's voice acting.
Not that I'm pining for your return, you understand.
I didn't expect there to be voice acting. It's been so long since I've heard voices in this game. Can you believe it? That's so funny. Right, just give me 1 sec. Sorry. Like K-Man, thanks for joining. Thanks for being live. Lyra, I appreciate you being here. Thanks for joining in. Finally, some more story content. And Revan and Philippe and Ragnar and Cast and Polo and Catspaw and Keaton. I'm sorry that you two can't make it today. Hopefully the next stream that we do on the weekend, you'll make it. Ryder's in here, Mercury's in here, Luffy's in here, Mobius, of course, Roy's in here. 669943 might still be here, but that was an hour ago now, and he's like, no, this guy didn't show up. What an idiot. I'm out of here. Scribblers is here. Renasi is here. Julatsan Mage, Pearl Zoo, Mermaid Jeans. Welcome in, everybody. Ginger's Rock as well. Probably said that already. I'm trying to not miss a name. Imagine if I miss one person. I'm sorry. No, but welcome in everybody. Thanks for joining and waiting for me to be live because I was a little bit late. I appreciate it. All right, we have voice acting. So let's listen. I didn't catch the fan fest because it would be filled with spoilers. No.
I have my sources, and I know that each and every one of you is doing well and keeping busy with your endeavors. Meanwhile, I'm left with a surplus of free time and the question of how to make the most of it. What about you? Any plans for the immediate future?
Oh man, this would have been funny if we said this 6 months ago. 6 to 8 months ago, we would sit down and say, oh, I'm still mulling it over, and then we'd do 8 months of extra content. But I'm ready for a grand new adventure, of course.
Traveling to the edge of existence and back wasn't enough? Well, if that's the case, I might have a suggestion for you. You fought bravely and selflessly, helping those in need and saving our star from unimaginable threats. For your deeds, you've been hailed as the champion of Eorzea and a host of other incredible things. But why not put those titles aside for a while? Acquit yourself as a simple adventurer again and travel the world in search of wonder.
That's a great idea, but where to start?
Oh, with so many exciting places to choose from, it's hard to narrow it down. But I believe I have the perfect destination in mind. Thavnair. That's where you should go next. I doubt you were able to squeeze in a proper tour of Radz-at-Han the last time you were there. What with the burning skies and rampaging monsters and so forth. And I'm sure Ritra would be pleased to see you. Then there's the bounty itself. The Empire's presence in the region was always a deterrent to exploration. So if you've a mind to sail that sea, now's your chance. Just think of all the new experiences you could have.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the bounty?
This is so funny.
As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much.
Oh, okay. We picked one out of his list.
Oh, I know that look. That's an adventurer ready to take on the world. In anticipation of an occasion like this, I was planning to gift you a new set of traveling clothes, but it's still a work in progress. Shouldn't take much longer now though, so sit tight and I'll have the last few bits sewn up before you can finish another cup of tea.
New outfit just dropped. Oh my god, this is so good. I love that scene with Emmett because he just like looks at you and says, I'm gonna now just list a bunch of shit, and maybe it's gonna excite you. It was so funny. Hey, what about the waterfalls of Glabberglong, and the planets of Singleboing, and the Jingle Dingle Dongs? And you go, whoa! What do you mean, Emmett Selk? Genuinely like an unforgettable, like, you thought this was the end, you stupid? You didn't check out the road that goes to the place. Now that is an adventure for another day. So we've picked one of them. You're the best, Tataru. Oh, you're doing it here. Right. I'll watch.
Stitch in here and trim in there. Knot the threads with love and care. Just a little more to go. I'm sure you're still brimming with excitement. I am one with the needle. See how the fabric surrenders to my whims.
Yes, Tataru. Very good. I fell asleep.
Don't worry. I'll make sure the lining has plenty of pockets for all your little treasures. I swear adventurers are worse than children when it comes to hoarding every feather and leaf and animal hide they come across.
Actually fell asleep.
Oh, we mustn't forget the waterproofing. Gods forbid you forget to disrobe before plunging into the sea, or a river, or a piping hot bath.
Yeah, falls asleep. Let's have a dream. Let's have a dream of the end of the world. Hey, Meteon, you here? And thus I am returned. There was a scythe. Ah. Is this my boyfriend? That's my boyfriend. There was a scythe. What an ominous title card. That was sick. My first thought... Oh, hello. First thought that it was...
You're awake.
You know, our guy.
My apologies. I do get a little carried away with my sewing.
Yes, you do.
You seem awfully cheerful. Pleasant dream? Or are you just looking forward to the next chapter of your grand saga? Either way, I promise to provide you with new apparel, and so I shall. If you'll accompany me to the Diamond Forge, we can put the finishing touches on your outfit. Shall we?
I thought you were already doing the finishing touches. That's what I was here for, sleeping. Yeah, I think the shadow was Xenos. I think the shadow of the scythe gives it away, unless another Reaper character that is new is going to show up, but we'll see. It would make sense that he would come back because he just can't let me go. He just can't let me go. The Diamond Forge. Okay. Right. I think I have more than 8. I think I have more than 8 hanging around here. So, apologies. Oh my god, we might have exactly... No, this is always the way. This is always the way. We've got a couple of extras. Apologies. We have the Rainbow Mandragora in the back. Open up an alliance raid party, yeah. Yes, the alliance is here. Just wanted to make an entrance with my bike. How we doing? Observe as the artiste refines her piece into a masterpiece. And no napping this time, I only need a moment, you'll see. Kamikaze, thanks for joining in. The day has just begun. 8 a.m. So we're off to a good start. It's Final Fantasy 14. But thanks for tuning in. A little more room in the shoulders, open up the cuffs, a final adjustment to the hem. All done. Let's see how it looks on the mannequin. Please be... I might... maybe I'll put some dye on that. You don't mind if I dye it a different color, do you? Well, what do you think? Doesn't it just scream ready for a bold new adventure? Yes. I'm so glad you approve. You've outdone yourself, Tataru. Thank you. Does it come in black? I'm a dark knight, you know. Oh, stop. You'll make me blush. If you really want to thank me, though all I ask is you to wear this on your travels. Or at least anywhere lots of adventurers might gather. They'll look to you, a famous hero, and wonder, wherever did he purchase those stylish yet practical garments? And before you know it, hordes of new customers will be climbing over each other to place orders at Taru's boutique. Wahaha, I can hear it now, the merry clink clink of gill overflowing from my coffers. Sweet music to my ears. Alright, we have the Wayfarer's outfit. Oh my god, it has like, okay. Alright. Even it comes with, jewelry. Grahatia will approve of my crystal necklace, I'm sure. Burgeoning merchant empires aside, you must be excited to start a fresh chapter of your life. New places to go, new people to meet. I often wonder how you'll remember all your experiences and exploits without taking at least a few notes. Oh, maybe you should start doing just that. You never know when some odd past detail might become relevant, or if one day you'll take a blow to the head and forget the better part of the past decade. Something to keep in mind in any case. Collection expanded. The Unending Codex. Wait, what? Is this new? Whoa, they've added a codex just for me. What the hell? Though publicly known as the organization's receptionist, Tataru also serves as the Scion's coinkeeper, a role she executes with an enthusiastic cunning that borders on the terrifying. They reached the end of the 4th expansion and said, there's a lot in this game. Maybe we should have this. That's sick. Now, as people know, you know, just if you haven't been here, the people who know that have been here for years, they know. But if you're new here, you'll know that I fucking hate lore. And codexes are so boring. There's just so many words. Just like summarize it, you know, like cut it down to like a sentence. Just, you know, put something in the corner so I can have some like cocoa melon on. Hate this shit. So let's read it. Born to Ul'dan merchants, the young Tataru had everything a Lalafell could ask for, until her family lost it all to bankruptcy. Plagued by debt and still smarting from this abrupt introduction to the harsh realities of the Sultanate, she apprenticed herself to a lapidary at the age of 12 and henceforth supported the household with her meager earnings. It was during this period that she met Minfilia, a miner come to sell gems and ore, who would later recruit Tataru to oversee the path of the 12's finances. Tataru in turn resolved to use her newfound position not only to accrue personal wealth, but also to serve others. Indeed, when the Path of the 12 relocated to the Waking Sands and her role was expanded to include secretarial duties, she used her considerable social acumen to build relationships and increase its influence. As the organization slowly but surely grew into an association of like-minded and gifted souls, she was instrumental in seeking out potential members, blessed with the Echo. After the 7th Umbral Calamity, when the Path of the 12 merged with the Circle of Knowing to form the Scions of the 7th Dawn, Tataru continued her tenure as Secretary and Coinkeeper combined. When the political situation in Uldar drove the Scions from their headquarters for a time, she journeyed with Alphino and the Warrior of Light to Ishgard, that they might there regroup and rebuild the organization. Later, she accompanied a contingent of Scions to the Far East, where she established ties with the East Oldenard Trading Company's Kugane branch in order to fund local anti-imperial resistance efforts, one of her many laudable ventures on the Scions' behalf. Privately, Tataru has long regretted her inability to assist her comrades in martial endeavors, and thus sought to trade as an arcanist. Alas, these efforts met with misfortune, including the escape of her carbuncle companion, and so she has since resolved to provide financial support through trades such as mining and weaving. In so doing, she has become something of a master artisan, going so far as to establish her own boutique in Old Charlayan, yet she always manages to find the time to fashion new outfits for her Scion friends when they stand poised upon the threshold of journeys anew. Tried to become an arcanist and lost her carbuncle? What are we doing? I'll just assume that that is what took place during Shadowbringers, because obviously during Shadowbringers a lot of the companions back home are on pause. So she's like, fuck, they're all in, they're all at the first, so we're gonna go, I'm gonna train as an arcanist. That's really cool. The Scions of the 7th Dawn. The secret society was the product of a merger between the Circle of Knowing, led by Louis-Soir Leveilleur, and the Path of the 12, led by Minfilia Ward, following the 7th Umbral Calamity. This could be new. This might have been established ages ago. I don't remember Minfilia ever being given a last name, but, you know, I've been playing this game over time for many, many years, so this might have been dropped already. But a choice last name, regardless, especially with what we've come to know over the expansions. She does serve as a good ward, doesn't she? Working in concert with the leaders of Eorzea, the Scions strove to address the myriad problems that plagued the realm, be it the godlike primals, the imperialistic Garleans, or the scheming Ascians, beings who have long shaped history from the shadows. As a means to achieve its objectives, the society sought out those blessed with the Echo, a mysterious power with myriad manifestations, the most notable of which was the ability to walk in the memories of others. It was for this reason they extended an invitation to the Warrior of Light. On account of their contributions in dealing with several primals in the 14th Imperial Legion, the Scions' existence became public knowledge. Utilizing their newfound reputation, Alphino Leveilleur founded the Crystal Braves, a military organization intended to pave the way for a unified Eorzea. However, the Society's activities had made it the target of a monetarist faction in Uldar, and an elaborate betrayal by Alphino's presumed allies resulted in the Scions being framed for the Sultana's assassination. Though branded fugitives and scattered for a time, they eventually learned of a plot within a plot that saw the monarch put into a deep slumber rather than slain, and succeeded in clearing their names. What a segment that story was, by the way. Actually, she's so fine. We just made her super sleepy. Their honor restored, the Scions went on to become key players in the liberation of Alamigo and Doma from Imperial rule, and after helping to avert the final days, they judged their mission fulfilled. So it was that they announced their disbandment, at least outwardly, and retreated from plain sight to labor in secret once more. Back into the secret. I'll click that in a second. The final days. This dreadful calamity befell the star in the distant past when it was known as Aetheris. In that shining age, men had the power to manifest anything at will, even living beings, and through this miraculous creation magic, their civilization thrived. One day, however, following a keening sound from the land, their magics ran rampant, giving form to eldritch horrors born of fear and despair. Their blissful lives became a waking nightmare, and mankind was driven to the brink of extinction. I love this, by the way, of like Tataru bringing up the, hey, you should go to Thavnair, like, go and check out Radz-at-Han, you know, because it was pretty crazy when you were last there. I was like, yeah, you mean when all hope was lost? And we would talk to someone and we have to calm everyone down from a panic attack, or they would turn into a big bulbous creature? Yes. It was pretty stressful. Tataru, thanks. Maybe I'll go and have a peaceful walk through Radz-at-Han now. It is a nice thing to say, though, in this... Not a nice thing to say, but like a nice thing to think about in the sense that Endwalker is like tense, balls to the wall. The world is ending, and you can't really enjoy going through any areas. So the idea of, hey, now that we kind of figured that shit out, you can go to these places without it being the most depressing thing you've ever witnessed. And, you know, maybe that guy, maybe he sold some fish successfully without my help. The convocation of 14, the people's chosen representatives, observed that the phenomenon manifested where the celestial currents, the star's outermost flow of ether, had grown weak and stagnant. In order to address this deficiency, they summoned forth the mighty Zodiac to exert control over the laws of creation. Though this act demanded a high price, the sacrifice of half of mankind's remaining number, the vast majority willingly rendered up their lives, and thus were the final days forestalled. Over the intervening millennia, this star-encompassing calamity had faded from memory, but faced with its second coming, as engineered by the Telophoroi, the scions of the Seventh Dawn embarked upon a desperate quest for the truth. At length, they discovered that an ancient named Hermes had created Meteion, a being capable of traversing the great expanse to ascertain the meaning of life by seeking out other civilizations of the universe. Alas, Meteion and her sisters found naught but despair, driving them to conclude life was suffering and death the sole mercy. Fleeing to the edge of existence, they became the End Singer and proceeded to unleash the power of Dynamis, an esoteric energy set in motion by feelings, to usher all stars to their doom, that life need not continue in vain. Despite seemingly insurmountable odds, the Scions held fast to hope, and amidst darkest despair lit the way for their champion as they confronted the End Singer at her nest. And at the end of a fierce battle, they emerged triumphant and put an end to the final days once and for all. Genuinely, one of the most insane stories to ever do it, right? The amount of effort that is put into Endwalker, from the sense of, we can't just pull this shit out of our ass, and they make you go through every single minute detail of trying to explain what Dynamis could possibly be, what this other thing is, going to talk to these people to really set everything up. Like, what I love about Final Fantasy XIV in this sense of the story is there isn't like this feeling of like an arse pull where you're like, where the fuck did this come from? Like, what's going on there? Oh yeah, I guess this is a thing. Like, there's such a effort of like detailed information gathering and like revelations that take place to get to this point, you know, of being like, what the hell's going on? I love the level of effort that goes into explaining stuff or like working through that mystery, because this story needed a lot of that, and it needed it to all work very successfully, you know? So the way that it was able to bring about like, you know, the final days and have like, hey, it's like this apocalyptic event, but actually explain its origins, the reasons why it's a thing, and how you can actually overcome it. And all because of some tiny, tiny little bunnies, only in Final Fantasy XIV. So that's the codex so far. In terms of reading this during our live streams, I'll figure out how we do it. Maybe there'll be like an end of stream little codex read or something like that. I don't know. We'll see how we go. I don't know how often we will unlock entries for this one. But we got 3. It's now available under collection. New entries for prominent terms and characters will be added as you progress through the main scenario. But yeah, reading it would definitely be nice for some of the information, whether or not it's getting reminded of some things, or getting, you know, some new context. So, Scribblers. Recalling a conversation with Urianger, Minfilia surmises that Tataru may have taken up the study of Arcanima. So that happened in level 50. That happened a long time ago. This was in 2021, chat, so fair enough for me. Oh, I do remember taking her to the Arcanist Guild now, actually, I think. There was a bit of talking with that person. Okay. Bountiful Ruins. We have Lunar Envoy's Weapon Coffer. I have to make this stuff glamorous. I have to make it glamorous. And I will be dyeing it black, so I'll have to put on the outfit. The Wayfarer's Necklace, though, as you can see, it looks great. It's just gonna be tucked away, you know. But there it is. Alright, give me one moment, chat. Just gonna put my drink in away, and then we will do this quest. I also might have fixed my, for those who have witnessed it, I also think I've fixed my issue that I was having with my microphone when it would like just randomly start, like the audio would start glitching. So hopefully I'm proved right and it doesn't happen today. Funnily enough, an unexpected fix is use USB 2.0 port instead of using the USB-C cable that it comes with plugged into the USB-C slot. Because apparently that causes issues. I'd never expect that the fix would be go and use a USB 2.0 and it'll be fine. But apparently a lot of people on the internet have had the same issue and it has been fixed this way. So there you go. Yeah, Philippe, I have heard the normal Radz-at-Han music now. Whether or not it was already there when we went there early, but yeah, I've used the Tombstone vendor. Kamikaze, I highly recommend the Final Fantasy games. Highly. And Renasi, thanks for joining in. Hope you catch up with this one later. Have a good night. Tataru has some advice. As the former receptionist and sometimes intelligence gatherer of the Scions, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Do not expect juicy rumors to simply fall into your lap. Adventurers rely on gossip, and the best places to pick up information are taverns and markets. As present, you only have a broad destination in mind. When you arrive in Thavnair, I suggest you explore your options at Merhide's Mayhem, the finest drinking establishment at Radz-at-Han. Charm the employees, and they'll not only point you in the direction of the local tale tellers, but also share with you the tricks for loosening their tongues. Now, I really must be getting back to running my boutique enjoy the journey, Omega, and may fair fortune find you. I love USB-C cables, though, because I love that sort of uniformity with, like, being like, oh, I need this type of cable for this. Like, I hate it when I have a device that still needs, like, a micro USB. And there's two different types. There's, like, the bigger one, and then there's, like, the thinner one. And every single micro USB of, like, a thin one that I have ends up, like, breaking in some way. Because, like, just the way that it's shaped is so fragile. So, like, I appreciate USB cables for being, like, simple and not, like, prone to breaking. And also just being able to be like, oh, this is my Nintendo Switch adapter, but I've been able to use it as a charger, and I use it for this and use it for that. It's much better than, like, we're Apple, and here's our lovely cable that we have that you can't get anywhere else, and then the next time we release something, it's a different cable. And it costs you $75. That kind of crap. Anytime there's like a standard type of cable or memory card or something like that, that is so much better, because then alternatives can be created instead of it being like one company just having control over the market. Like, that's why, you know, obviously PlayStation Vita memory cards are stupid expensive, because they're the only ones that make them. They make their own, like, unique type of thing. Yeah, true. I guess it makes it harder to differentiate what type of cable it actually is, yeah. Also, congratulations on being an uncle. Welcome to the Uncle Club. I get to be a cool, distant, because I live in another city, yet funny uncle without having to have a child of my own. Except for Logan, of course. And it's so much better that way. I've been buying the level 90 Dragoon stuff at the moment with my tomestones. The fit is being assembled on the Dragoon slowly. Do we have an inn that I can rest at in Radz-at-Han so I can change into Tataru's new outfit? So hard to find your way around a new city sometimes. There's no inn at Radz-at-Han? What kind of place is this? My big map is about as big as my mini map? Not really. I just keep it in here, and then I just zoom in. The mini map doesn't. You can't zoom in as much, or like you just get a smaller. Whatever. How dare you? The minimap is there just for when I need something very specific nearby, and then I'll usually just kind of use this and go wee, and then I try and put it behind the webcam so it's not like in the way. Writer Shard plays Final Fantasy XIV like this, by the way. Alright, so where are we going, guys? I'm going to the inn. Where is it? Let me Let me pull up my map for a second. Hold on. I don't need to see where I'm walking in the world. I just need to see where I'm stepping on the map. All right, into here, please. Okay. Wayfarer's outfit getting added in. I got a few things that I gotta put in here, actually. I should have done this, I say that every time. I go, should have done this before, and then I forget. What can you do? Alright, I'll think about those later. Alright. Now, let's make another thing. I need more glamour plate slots because I've used almost all of them up. So this is the previous Scion outfit, except not that hood because I didn't like the other one. And this was great. I mean, it fits Shadowbringers, doesn't it? Being the warrior of darkness, but this is like the one that you're given, and it's cool as fuck. Like, look at that, it's so sick. It creepy as well, though, by the way, because I'm like, what the fuck is going on there? And it's not even a visor. I mean, that's creepy, right? But as cool as this does look in the complete set, you just don't have a face, which just feels like an unfortunate thing. Like, you can't take the visor off, and the hood is perfect. It's just the visor. So we ended up settling on something like that instead. And this is also an option, which, by the way, I realized with this is the alternative. If you do this, it removes the fluff on the visor. So this is as close as you could get to like the Scion mask. It just has a bit of like chainmail in there. But I was like, that's the visor of that thing, apparently. But I think we'll use this glamour plate as my Scion thing. We weren't given a helmet or anything with this one, were we? The Wayfarer outfit, it's like it's very Graha tier, isn't it? Especially with the necklace as well. There we go. Now there we go. Put a hood on. I'm the Crystal Exarch now. There we go. I'm the Crystal Exarch now. And we'll dye this some form of red. The Wayfarer's fingerless gloves. I'm going to customize it a bit. I'm sorry, Tataru, but I'm not going to wear exactly what you want me to wear because I'm going to make it look a little bit cooler. I'm going to make it look a little bit cooler. I don't really know how I feel about those this one here with like some random straps. So I'm going to do something else. I just need to figure out what I want out of it. I think I'll probably end up settling on... God, where were they? That could work. I'm dyeing them anyway. I'm trying to get rid of my sleeves. I gotta hide I'm gonna hide my sleeves. I'll probably do the Crystarium gauntlets. They kind of... They go over the sleeves. I like that. Then we'll wear these. Perfect. They should add a walking animation in here. The Wayfarer's boots, I like them. So we'll wear the Wayfarer's boots. And we'll wear my thigh highs, but you won't be able to tell. My thigh high stockings. Do we have Wayfarer's pants? Do we have Wayfarer's pants? No pants. What the hell? No pants? You want me to walk around like that? Alright. I'll get my own pants. Tataru, what are we doing? We got the Mandeville bottoms. There you go. That fits in nicely. So you can actually see the necklace on there like a little bit, I suppose. I kind of wish I could have it go over the top. This will be the first glamour that I have jewelry. Yes, I'm a Dark Knight. How could you tell? Right, let me see. Can we get a hat working with this outfit or no? I don't have many hats that are gonna work out, you know? I've got the Nier hood for that undercover adventuring. Mobius gave me the flying surfboard and a goddamn X-Wing outfit. Look like I'm from Game of Thrones. I'm that dude. When I have this one on. We could return to eye patch. This could be a great reset, chat. Omega Ocelot started with an eye patch. Way back in the day, before we started playing dress up and getting much more outfits. But we started with an eye patch for that sort of big boss look. We reset to basics. We become a wayward adventurer with a story to tell and two working eyes, but we just we rest one for when we really need it. Yes, I'm a traveling scholar. There we go, perfect. Perfect. Also, let me tell you something. The fact that the visor does not remove the mask, so I can just wear the hat, is some form of cruelty. Very, very cruel. Why can't I be a traveling jester without that mask on? You know what I mean? It's just so rude. I'm a blind adventurer. Okay, I think I'm just gonna... Let's stick the eye patch back on. I'm feeling nostalgic. I have the standard spectrum dye, so I will be dyeing my clothes to a delicious red. And as we can see, there's new dyes now. with this system. I forget that there's they've added the ability to dye 2 things, haven't they? What's the second one on this? It's those robes. What's the default color? I actually kind of like where it's already at. I don't have any wide spectrum dye. Not yet. Yeah, I limit myself by wearing an eye patch, but then it's like when you fight me, I take the eye patch off and my eye, it's like glowing red, and you're like, whoa. And that's my darkness. Maybe I'll get a bit of purple in there. Maybe midnight blue instead. A little bit of blue in there. Never forget my dragoon roots. What's the abyssal blue? Let me have a look. Yeah, I was thinking about it. I went a little bit darker. I didn't even need to change, and I can't anyway. Can't change the color of the pants, and I don't need to. I like having the armored gauntlets look going with like also some softer cloth armor. So there you go. I've improved Tataru's thing a bit. And then if I was to like put the hood on, now the hood actually kind of like fits in a little bit better. And then I can even dye it to be the same sort of black. So you can either eye patch it, or I could wear the hood. I'm but a traveling wanderer. Metallic gunmetal can make almost any fabric look like black leather. Where's that one? Is that in here somewhere? Metallic gunmetal? Yeah, because it's like, I guess it's that sort of gradient. Fourth from the right, second row. Oh, yes. Ah, true, yeah. You can become Leather Daddy. Alright. My discount Clive fit, yeah. Well, that's funny because, yeah, I could obviously go in here and go... Where is he? He's in here somewhere. Ah, yes. Discount Clive fit. Clive outfit with the hood on goes hard, by the way. Look at that. Double hood. I have my hood that goes over my other hood. I do love how you can make the classic Final Fantasy outfits work with some other things sometimes. It's very fun. Perfect. Alright, let me get myself back to where we were. Oh my god, I have to dye them again. Sorry, that's I'm an idiot. Oh, I didn't realize that it would, obviously it would. I didn't think about that. Everyone's like, fuck, man. He said he was going to play this story today. He said he was going to play this story. He's dyeing his character. He's dyeing his outfits. What is he doing? I'll make those gauntlets a little brighter. Can't tie the necklace, which just makes sense. Alright, I think we're good. I've dyed my clothes. This is all my existing jester outfit. This is what I'm using when I'm a sage. This is my sage fit right now. I'm looking studious. We have the see, and like I said, I told you, like you can make some of the things work. I've got like my Nia gloves. I've got my Cloud Strife boots. It's great. We got the Scion Adventurer's jacket. I have too many Dark Knight outfits that I don't actually end up using. This is the coolest Dragoon armor of all time, of course, naturally. And then I've got my Evilesian fit. Because you gotta have that. But I need more. I need more slots. This is my, like, budget Reaper outfit, but though. And this is the Crypt Lurker's Dragoon set, obviously for Reaper as well. So, when we play Reaper, I guess that's probably what we're gonna look like. Yeah, I like to mix and match. I've got some of these sets that are like just like full. Even these ones aren't. This is using the Clive stuff, see? So I'm using the Clive gauntlets and pants with the Ignominy set. So Clive's in there a little bit. I do like to mix and match for some of the sets. Just to see what I can do. These ones I haven't, because those were just the strictly a particular thing. Less glam slots than jobs. They need to add another 10 rows for sure, especially with how many options you have in this game. All right, how we feeling? It feels weird to have my shoulders not be armored for a change, but there we go, Tataru. I'm wearing the fit. I do kind of want to use a different sword. A different sword glamour for this outfit, maybe. Let me also be fussy and think about a weapon. I need to get some new ones, honestly, because a lot of the Dark Knight weapons are like, they're super flashy. Like, they're very flashy, and I'm gonna be real, I'm not super into the overly flashy weapons as much. Some of them look pretty cool, but I do just love something a little more simple. That doesn't have to be so fucking crazy. But then I'm trying not to go for something way too simple either. But yeah, that's why I've been using the big old Odentakai. Sometimes just a simple claymore, you know? That's why I had it on the Evilesian outfit. Hopefully I pronounced this right. De Stellai. Thank you for joining. I always appreciate people saying hello. Honestly, I'm going to put on this guy. This is one of my favorites. The Shadowbringer. Yeah, the Shadowbringer is just so good, dude. Like, look at that. It is so good. And look at it when you want to dye it white, and it's cool that it changes the blade. Yes, let's make it stained red. Yeah, I painted it red. It's not stained with the blood of my enemies. No, not at all. I didn't even think about doing this, by the way. This is actually pretty sick. Is this the rest of the sword? Oh, that's like the gem in the middle. That's this part. Change the color of that. I'll just leave it as is. Shadowbringer sword, so good. I think I have it on, yeah, I have it on my cloud outfit as well. Like, this is just like, it's my Buster Sword / Dragon Slayer. Big slab of iron, too heavy to be called a sword. My Buster Sword. Alright, we're ready. And just press apply on the... Yeah. Yeah, one day we'll get the Buster Sword. Oh no, wait. Oh no, that's fine. Yeah. One day. We just keep getting teased at the moment. They're like, here's a motorbike, and here's another motorbike, and here's Cloud's Advent Children outfit, which is only for subscribers as like a veteran reward. Oh, you want Final Fantasy VII outfit and Buster Sword? No. I see it happening eventually, right? Eventually. I think they just know that everyone's going to use it. You're going to see Buster Swords everywhere for months. I could see there being a Final Fantasy VII, like, collaboration event, probably. Like how they did with Final Fantasy 16. And that will be the Cloud outfit and Buster Sword. That would be my assumption. Part 3 will be happening, and they'll go, it's finally collaboration time. Mihlil. Welcome to Marid's Mayhem. Oh, hello. I didn't recognize you at first. Are you here alone? Let me find you a table. Ruins beneath the bounty. Would you be speaking of the sunken treasure vault? We have one regular, a historian, in fact, who could tell you all about it. Ah, there he is. Professor Jalheen. I thought I saw him come in. The glowing pink eyes is crazy. Although somewhat a private sort, the professor is quick to befriend those who share his fondness for the Mayhane's unique beverages. Offer him any drink from our selection, and he should happily share everything he knows about the vault you seek, and a few other odd bits besides. Whatever you buy from him is on the house, by the way. If Meride found out I took coin from Thavnair's savior, she would have me scrubbing pots for a week. Incredible. I know that they have the Yuna and Tidus outfits for this game as well. Where's my Auron outfit? That would be the prime samurai fit, obviously. Yes? The following event cannot be skipped. And what may I do for you, my Eorzean friend? Oh, just a friendly chat? How about a drink? Well, I certainly wouldn't say no to a drink freely offered. Here we are, one of Meride's finest. Enjoy. Ah, lovely. Bottoms up. Jalheen empties the cup in a single pull. That was very kind of you, sir, but I know when I'm being softened up. What is it that you want from me? This music it's very much Kate Sith's theme from 7 in that type of same, attitude. It's so good. Oh ho, chasing down that old tale, are you? It does seem to appeal to the adventurous at heart. Now, where to begin? Might I assume you've heard of Al-Zadal? He was Khan of the Ori tribe which sailed to Thavnair from the mainland, and a key figure in the history of Radz-at-Han. His decision to aid the Arkasudara was what ultimately won them the war against the Gajasura, thus allowing our predecessors to lay the foundation for this thriving city-state. The truly fascinating stories, however, concern his grandson, Al-Zadal III, who was known for his deeds as satrap in Radz-at-Han's early days. Some attest that this man traveled to another world entirely and returned with glittering riches. Others that he brokered an alliance with a certain worm of the first brood. And then there is the tale of the sunken vault, the one you seem most curious about. According to this legend, Al-Zadal III claimed a small island somewhere in the middle of the bounty. There he built a structure reaching clear to the bottom of the sea, a deep and secret storehouse, and locked all his worldly wealth within. In the centuries since, whenever a natural disaster or hardship befell Radz-at-Han, folk would remember that tale of hidden treasure. Hearty souls would set out to claim their fortune, but precious few ever made it home. Surely this is the upcoming dungeon, right? This sounds so dungeon-like. Would you like to hear more? Apologies, I have a slight tickle in... Oh, my cup appears to be empty. Milil, another round for the professor. Ah, I see we've reached an understanding. You're a sharp one, adventurer. Another for the professor. Oh, today was a splendid day to visit the Mayhain. Hey, chat. You know when you're in the middle of doing something, and then you realize that there was something that you did yesterday and that you forgot to finish? I gotta quickly do something about a washing machine that might have some clothes in it from last night. You're never in the middle of something my refrigerator's running. I left my oven on. Oh my god. Classic. This is what, this is my life with an ADHD brain, is putting off my life admin for ages of, oh, I gotta do this. Literally can't lock in on it. And then I finally do it, and then I forgot that I did it if it needs a part 2, if there's a second step. I love marinated clothes, you're so right. Jalhin gulps down his newest drink with gusto. Where were we? Yes, those who did return from seeking the treasure vault flatly refused to speak of what they saw. Did this discourage others? Nay, quite the opposite. Such accounts only served to feed the legend, and the golden lure grew stronger than ever before. That reminds me of something Azama was saying. Azama's a fellow connoisseur of the spiritus potables. Yes, he is. Anyway, he was saying that one of his acquaintances went after the treasure himself. Hasn't been seen since he set sail, I hear, but he did have... no, I can say no more. You seem a generous sort. What kind of man would I be to encourage what is clearly a foolhardy quest? If my word sent you to your death, I could never live with myself. But what if I tell you that I'm just going anyway, regardless of what you say? I'm already going, I just want to have a chat about it. I am no stranger to peril. Is that so? Perhaps it's your turn to tell the tale then? What manner of dangers have you faced? Buddy, oh man. I had to go through the Realm Reborn patch content. And it was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. But worth it. The very edge of existence. From anyone else, I'd struggle to believe it. But I recognize you now. You're the hero of the final days. A drink. I need another drink to settle my nerves. Me more of the same, if you please. As you wish, but this one is on your coin, Professor. Jalhin drains another cup. Oh, he's buzzing. This man's buzzing. He's gonna pass out. Anyway, you being who you are, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to share a little more. This friend of Azama's, he was so desperate to buy a treasure map, one which showed the way to the entrance of the vault. It seems he could only get it from some merchant. What's his name? I forget. Let's drink a toast to you, my new best friend, Miliu. More drinks. Signal for water instead. Past the point of understanding what he's even drinking. Your drink, sir. Ah, marvelous. I am parched. Jalhin gulps down the cup of water. That was water. Did you tell her to bring me water? That's probably for the best. Very kind of you, really. My head will certainly thank you in the morning. I seem to have overindulged. I put in the mind of the words of Master Jiaozhan. Be wary how much you drink, you shallow, lest it swallow you. Swallow. Be wary of how much of the drink you swallow, lest it swallow you. Forgive me. I will subject you no more to these unseemly antics. If you want to speak with Azama, well, as I said, we share a taste for the Mayhane's fine spirits. He probably came in as we were talking. I wish you fortune in finding your fortune. You appear to have learned all that Jalhin has to share regarding the Undersea Vault. To find out more, you need to locate a man by the name of Azama. Ratfunk? That's the name I've chosen for you, Ratfunk. I hope so too. I'm looking forward to this new patch. It's been so long since we've done story stuff. Long overdue. I'm searching. All right. I'm searching for someone called Azama. I think Mobius realized he's not been going through the New Game Plus for Endwalker, so we're going through this together. Heineken and snacks. Yeah, let me go and get a beer, chat. Let me get a beer out of the fridge at 9 a.m. I'll crack that open. The latest Stranger Than Heaven trailer was rad. Oh man, that's rad. I'm torn, honestly, because like obviously I'm playing through RGG games at the moment. And I'm like, do I just jump the queue and play Stranger Than Heaven just to experience the hype of a brand new RGG game with other people? I'm hoping that it's not connected at all to the other games. I assume it's its own thing, but you never know. They might like accidentally reveal something and go, oh, it's connected to this, and then I don't know. But I'm tempted to play it as a new game from them that isn't like jumping ahead of the Yakuza queue, you know what I mean? I'll think about it. Yes, I am Azama, and who might you be? All true, I'm afraid. My friend took a ship out in search of Alzadal's legacy, and I've been watching for his sails ever since. I tried to dissuade him, of course, but he refused to listen. All he could talk about was finding that vault. And that look in his eyes. I knew it wasn't common gold or jewels he lusted after. He was hunting Alzadal III's otherworldly hoard, and his ambition would not be denied. I see it in you, too. That appetite for the mysterious and unknown. I'll not attempt to turn you from your path. I know too well the futility of that endeavor. So I will tell you what my friend told me, how he convinced a merchant in the bazaar to give him the rough location of the vault's entrance. It seems this merchant, one Zashal, I believe, is selling a map which shows the exact route, but my friend's purse was too light for its exorbitant price. With what meager wealth he had, he instead paid to learn that there are ruins on a small island somewhere in the Bounty, and within those ruins hides the path to the vault deep below. If you truly intend on seeking Alzadal's treasure, I suggest you put your affairs in order. I wish things were different, but I do not believe my friend is ever coming home. Well then.
Please, Ashal, please! You must let me have that treasure map!
What's all this about?
My mother and father were slaughtered by monsters. My baby sister, still too young to fend for herself. Can you spare us no kindness?
So, you hope to find your fortune? And what? You expect me to surrender my wares for pity's sake? What have you to offer in payment? As I thought. Come back when you've more than rags to your name. This is no mere treasure map. It is a guide to the vaults of Alzadal III, one of the great satraps of Radz-at-Han, and a direct descendant of Alzadal Khan.
A map to Alzadal's legacy?
So he says. A fake, I'd wager.
This is no fake. The parchment is marked with an arcane glyph of passage. You may find the ruins hidden in the Bounty, but you won't be setting foot inside without this in your possession. A priceless artifact it is, discovered amongst the rubble in the aftermath of the final days, and lovingly restored by yours truly. This map is the key to fabulous riches. And I'll be the king of fools to simply give it away. Be glad I am no such king, boy. Your scrawny-eyed would never return with that treasure alive.
Oh, cruel fate! Why must you tempt me with wealth I am powerless to claim? How I shall envy the one who purchases that precious map! Whatever they pay will be but pittance against the golden hoard they stand to uncover.
What of you, sir? Fighting man of your stature would surely relish the challenge of recovering Alzadal's lost fortune.
A fortune, you say?
If I had but the strength to seize that treasure, my starving sister would never want for food.
I'll take it. Will this cover the price? Well met, my friend. Someone is dressed for adventure.
Do you see that moment where he says, well met, my friend, and then there's this long pause where just nothing is said and nothing is done? That's the moment where you just have the characters hug. That's where it's good to see you. And they hug and go. But for some reason, characters hate hugging. I know that there's weapons in the way. Just get to hugging. I love that you're just like chilling. This is one of like the greatest things at this point where, you know, you're chilling, you're doing something, but then you've got these other characters that Estinian's just here. I don't know why he's here, what he's doing, but you know, he's just there. Fucking hilarious. Just love the look on my dude's face. I'm just like, is that the bloody Azure Dragoon himself in the flesh? I'm dressed for adventure. You're dressed like you just found this out of a dumpster. We need to get you something good. We need to reach out to Tataru and say, hey, you seen Estinian's robes lately? Tatters. To shreds, you say.
But why Thavnair of all places? Knowing you, I suspect there's more to your plans than sightseeing and shopping.
And Estinian, who has no concept of money or currency, historically proven, pulls out a random bag, his little pouch, and says, is this enough? I don't even know what's in it or how much is in there. And then the guy just like weighs it with his hand and just says, yeah, sure. It feels like it's enough. It's just one big rock.
Ruins beneath the bounty. Curious. And here I've acquired a map to just such a site.
I know.
With that sale, I do believe I've earned the rest of the day off. Thank you for your patronage, sir, but if you'll excuse me.
You needn't mind us.
And now I've fleeced one of the heroes of the final days. Pray the sisters were looking elsewhere.
Fleeced. Fleeced. That's what you get, you waif.
This map may or may not be genuine. Either way, we'll need a ship to find out for sure.
You seem eager to be underway.
Lest you misunderstand, I seek the treasure not for myself. If such a fortune truly exists, then it could help ease the struggles of those who lost their loved ones in the final days. I hope to do for Thavnair what you and Alphino did for the Alamegans when you recovered the Mad King's trove. Come now. You know Alphino needs little encouragement when it comes to recounting the tales of your shared exploits. Speaking of precocious lads, that boy in the bazaar was clearly an accomplice of the merchant.
Ah.
Suppose his role was to draw the attention of the crowd and add weight to the merchant's bold claims. Transparent act for the most part. It was not all mummery. The need to provide for his sister rang true enough. Thus, if some portion of the profits end up in that waif's pockets, then I will consider it money well spent, whether the map leads us to the vault or not. You are coming along, yes?
I'm glad that he's not like, here, you go. I'm like, no, we're going together. Hand in hand. Naturally.
I thought as much. Now, let's see about securing a vessel.
New music. I love that we're with this boy. It's so good. You will recall I spoke of visiting Thathnir at Virtra's request. Yeah, haha, I definitely remember. Well, he finally invited me to a feast and made his proposal once I was too full of harnish delights to refuse. He wishes me to train the Radiant Host in lance work. But that is a tale for another time. What we need now is a merchant or a trawler with a ship fit for the open seas. Matsya is a fisherman by trade, yes? We should head to Archiali and see if he can help us. Yeah, fisherman, haha. Yep, he's really good at selling them fish. He's really good at selling them fish. Estinian has been added to the Unending Codex. So, this is... I kind of like that what this game is doing is... It doesn't drop you the Unending Codex, the Unending Codex, and then, you know, gives you fucking 6,000 things to read, because then you're like, what am I even doing? Nobody's gonna read it because it'll be too overwhelming. But like being able to drip feed you this stuff again, I think is the best way to do it. Only having to read a few things. It's not going to be like, here's an entry for every Scion, every NPC you've ever met, every event you've ever done, because people would just immediately close it. I mean, obviously there's people that would immediately close it even if it was one entry, but it's a little bit easier to look through than being swamped with info. Estinian Valino. We don't get last names often, which is what I think is cool for some of these characters. One of Ishgard's most capable knights, Estinian, called Wormblood by many, once led his order as the renowned Azure Dragoon. Estinian's origins are humble, having been born to a family of sheepherders in the eastern highlands of Coerthas. However, the course of his pastoral life was forever changed when his village of Ferndale was razed by the great worm Nidhogg, an attack which claimed the lives of his parents and his brother. Bereft of home and family, the orphan of 12 summers was taken in by Alberic, then holder of the title of Azure Dragoon. The two proceeded to forge a complicated relationship. A martial instructor, an adoptive father, and a flawed knight, one who failed to protect his family. To the young Estinian, Alberic was all these things and more. When his training was complete, Estinian joined the Temple Knights. So focused was he on the fight against the Dravanian horde that he scarcely remembered the names of his companions. His sole friendship was with Aymeric de Borel, a knight of similar age who shared Estinian's passion for the cause. Estinian's prowess saw him rise through the ranks, first becoming a dragoon and later inheriting the title of Azure Dragoon, once held by his foster father. Like all Azure Dragoons, Estinian would carry with him the Eye of Nidhogg, a relic torn from the worm's head over 1,000 years ago, though the eye conferred power to the bearer. It rendered them vulnerable to Nidhogg's influence, and his undying hatred threatened to consume Estinian's very soul. Only through constant vigilance and strength of will did Estinian maintain a grip on his sanity, though there were occasions when he came perilously close to succumbing to Nidhogg's rancor. In the midst of the Dragon Song War, Estinian offered to accompany the Warrior of Light and Alphino Leviur in their quest to convince the Dravanians to renounce their 1,000-year campaign of vengeance. Though he did not believe they would succeed, Estinian nevertheless agreed to eschew violence, unless circumstances forced his hand. They were later joined by Ysayo, leader of the heretics, who similarly believed peace an unlikely prospect, but one still worth pursuing in earnest. Estinian travelled with the others to the Churning Mists, where they sought an audience with Hraesvelgr, brother of Nidhogg. From the Great Worm, they learned the truth of the Dragon Song War, that it was King Thordan of ancient Ishgard who drew first blood when he and his knights murdered the great worm Ratatoskir, and subsequently devoured her eyes so they might claim her power for themselves. Yet in spite of this truth, the fact remained that Nidhogg was intent upon the destruction of Ishgard, and if he could not be persuaded to yield, they had but one recourse. In the end, the Azure Dragoon succeeded in hunting down and slaying his archenemy, presumably ending the 1,000-year war. Upon their return to the capital, Estinian and his companions discovered that Archbishop Thordan VII had plotted to wield the power of a primal to transform himself into an eternal god-king and bless the world with his twisted idea of harmony. They pursued the Archbishop to Azisla, where they put an end to his machinations once and for all. However, in the wake of the battle, Estinian succumbed to the all-consuming hatred within Nidhogg's two eyes, transforming into a vessel for the worm's shade that would marshal his forces for a final assault on Ishgard. Following his defeat on the Steps of Faith, Estinian regained partial control and urged Alphino and the Warrior of Light to kill him. But instead, the two tore the eyes from his body, casting out Nidhogg's shade and saving the Dragoon's life. With his homeland entering an age of peace, Estinian renounced his title of Azure Dragoon and set off on a journey of his own. Even during these wanderings, though, he stayed abreast of the Scion's activities and participated in both the liberation of Alamigo and sabotage efforts within Garlemald. In time, he gave in to the relentless solicitations of Tataru and Kryl, officially becoming a Scion and working tirelessly with his comrades to deliver the world from the calamity known as the Final Days. Following his long journey from arch-nemesis of dragons to their friend and brother, Estinian renamed his lance Nidhogg after his fallen foe. Though he is still a lone wolf at heart, he travels more often with others than before, such as to the Isle of Thavnair, where he has forged a new friendship with Vitra, another of the first brood. How cool is that? Names your sword after the dragon that you slew and had been focused on for so long, then becomes best friends with Vitra. From Dragon Slayer to Dragon Lover. It is a good Heaven's Ward recap. Does Final Fantasy have bosses? Oh man. At least 2. Now, Final Fantasy is Probably one of the big things that it's known for, out of many, will be bosses, boss music, all of that kind of stuff. Absolutely. Yeah, Final Fantasy at its core is a JRPG, so it has a lot of those elements, including boss fights. Absolutely. You will learn soon enough. Just keep that statement in mind when you play, especially when you finish games. I think that's a funny thing to think about. I'm going to need to finish our Endwalker Ether Currents as well, because I have not been good at it. I've got one more in Labyrinthos. Thavnair, we've got 2 blue quests that we haven't done. Garlemald needs 1 to be found. The fucking moon. Yeah, the moon. Yeah, I gotta do a couple of the blue quests, get those currents while we're here. My friends, what brings you to our humble village? So you need a seaworthy vessel to seek these ruins. Considering it was your deeds which allowed us to return to fishing, I should think everyone would be glad for a chance to repay the favor. Wait here, and I will have a boat stocked and ready for you in no time at all. I think I got them all in Shadowbringers, and then I got them all in those later areas of Endwalker, but I think, yeah, we didn't get them all for earlier stuff. Have you noticed our little shadow? He's been following us since we left the city. We see you there, boy. Show yourself. Ah, it is you. Do you know how far out of our way we walked so that you'd not cross paths with some wild beast? I'm sorry, sir, but aren't you the heroes who saved Thavnair? You are. I know you are. And I've gone and cheated you. I work with Zashal, you see, the map merchant. It's my job to play the pleading orphan and convince the crowd his wares are worth the price he asks. I'm ashamed of what I've done and beg for your forgiveness. If not for you, my sister and I never would have, well, we'd be... Enough. I knew your game, and I paid the price willingly. A fortunate purchase, as it turns out, for my friend here was seeking those very ruins. You are kind to overlook the wrong I have done you, but there is more you need to know. The map you bought is very real, as is the island it shows. I overheard Zashal selling the information to another customer. He told that man where he needed to search, about the ruins, about the vault, about everything. Then the man sailed out to find his fortune, never to return. You cannot go alone to that place. You should have more friends with you, maybe even a whole army. 4 will do, maybe 8, even 24. I do not doubt the ruins hold danger, but I assure you, between the 2 of us, there is little we cannot overcome. You're looking at 2 Azure Dragoons, by the way. Don't let the big old sword fool you. Please, I cannot bear the thought of... Now you've gonna made him cry. I did not. That was not my intention. Oh, very well. Assuming we do find this treasure hoard, it may prove wise to have more hands along for the carrying. Any ideas on whom to approach? The Scions have scattered far and wide since our last gathering. This is awful. Why are you going to make me choose between all of my best friends? I'm upset. Instinctively, wife. Secondly, male wife. Thirdly, my children. And my fucking brothers, man. You're gonna make me choose. And also Cryo. And also Cryo. Cryo, you're also great. We wouldn't have been able to do Endwalker without you. I reckon if we're going to deep treasure vault, I'm capable warrior, you're capable warrior. It's like Radz-at-Han and Cryo is the most valuable pairing together, in the sense of like, what if there's fucking magical mysteries that need a little bit of a, you know, not a sword to whack it. Ishtola and Urianger obviously can do the same thing, and Alfredo and Alice, yeah, they're there. I haven't seen any of them in so long. Can't we just bring them all? Oh, this is so painful. Thancred and Urianger would make, would be the boys' trip again, wouldn't it? It would be, hey, remember when we all came to to Thavnair together and we were all absolutely wasted on ether teleportation? Alright, I've teased everybody long enough. I told you, this pairing is just the best idea for... We're two guys who whack things. We could have some other people that maybe might be able to figure out if there's anything magical or strange, you know? I told Radz-at-Han that I'd take him with me, and I made him smile. Silly guy. Aye. Cryo may have her hands full with rebuilding the students, but if you reach out to Graha, he would surely leap at the invitation. Will that set your mind at ease? Yes, if that man is as strong as you. Is he, though? Strong, I mean? Ragged Waif, I think he might be the strongest of us all. What is your name, boy? Marad, sir. Well, Marad, your life is yours to live as you will, but I suggest you find a more honest trade if you truly wish to keep your sister safe. I'm not proud of what I do, but what choice do I have? We need to eat, and everyone's too busy rebuilding their own lives to bother with two grubby orphans. Wait, boy. I didn't take this roundabout road just to see you end up in some creature's belly. Let me walk you back to the city gates. Thank you, sir. Call me Mystinian. Ah! He's just such a softie. The lone wolf who, his heart is growing 3 sizes larger each day. Lunar Envoy's weapon coffer. It is a shame that you can't get a preview of this. I'm thinking I would probably want to just have... it's actually a downgrade. This is an item level 660 on the weapon that I already have, so it would probably be more of like a visual thing on whoever I want to give it to. I'm going to look up what they look like. Lunar Envoy, because maybe I might want to have it on a different character. Let me make my decision. Augmented Lunar Envoy's Greatsword. I could get this for a Reaper, actually. Do I get a Reaper weapon? I need to get a Gunblade one of these days, but you know which Gunblade I'm going to be using. The Lunar Envoy's Greatsword. I mean, it looks like a greatsword, that's for sure. What do we have on my Dragoon at the moment? I have the Night's Wolf, which is also at 660. So it's just a downgrade. It'll just end up being like more for like a visual thing, because they won't let you do it if it's will they let you do it if you're on a lower leveled character? And then I'll save this for another day. I don't know. Augmented Lunar Envoy's wings. Oh, they're like the wings thing. Maybe I'll grab that. They're the wings. They're these. Look. Oh, man. Look at that. Oh, that looks so cool. I'll be able to equip those one day when I reach level 90 on a Sage. It's gonna be so worth it. One day. I didn't really care for the look of the greatsword, to be honest. That's why. Friends for the road. I shall leave you to recruit Graha. He'll appreciate the invitation that much more, I'm sure. As I recall, he was based at the Annex. Someone here ought to be able to point you in the right direction. Let us be off too, Murad. Do me a favor and don't stray from the path. Oh yes, don't get me wrong, I love Kryl as well. Obviously Kryl is just the... Oh my god. I meant to press yes. That's fine. I'll spend a Aetheryte ticket. That's all good. We just don't spend as much time with Kryl, you know what I mean? There's so many blue quests here. Oh, look who it is. Welcome back, Omega. What might the students do for me? Graha, yes, he's in the main hall with Mistress Kryl. They've been holed up in there for days. By all means, go and give them an excuse to take a break. Two of them there together. Perfect. Well, now I want to know what happens when we take the, all the other people.
Ah, Urgica, my good man. Would you be so kind as to...
Hey, buddy.
Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise?
I wish you had sent word ahead. I thought I was having visions for a moment there.
How is the restoration of the students coming along?
Slow and steady. Raha and I have been compiling old records of the students' activities. We were able to locate several accounts in the archives of Numenor, but the bulk of our documents was lost along with the Isle of Fowl.
But what brings you to the Annex, my friend? Surely you haven't come all this way just to watch us shuffle dusty papers around? The treasure vault of Alzadal III.
That's right, come treasure hunting.
And you're looking for companions to join you on this expedition. I would dearly love to accompany you, of course, but I'm afraid I'm committed to another task. On the subject of which, I had hoped to ask for your assistance.
He's gonna explode. He needs a new change of pants.
Then again, it's not so urgent that it can't wait until you've returned. You should go, Raha. I'll stay here and mind the shop, as it were.
Are you sure? I'd hate to leave you short-handed.
Dude, his eyes are fucking glistening.
Just try to be back before too many moons have passed.
They're quite literally glistening.
Well, I guess we're off on another adventure already.
Ah!
Have you asked anyone else to come along?
Nobody. It was just you.
Then might I suggest we invite your Stola?
Oh my god. Life is perfect. Life is perfect. Everything works out.
Was disbanded. She spent most of her time cloistered within the Great Google Library, hoping to piece together a method to traverse the rift. It would seem, however, that whatever wisdom she sought there was not to be found. She arrived in Sharlayan the other day. We spoke briefly before she began her search of Numenor. Considering what you've told us of Alzadal's extraordinary feats, I do believe your Stola would be more than interested to hear what you have to say.
Well, yeah, I thought the same.
Splendid! Then let us head to the archives at once.
Wait, before you go. I have another potential member to volunteer, if you've room to spare. Urianger.
Alright.
He sent the students a request for materials, you see. Treatises on the architecture of treasure vaults and the like. From what I can gather, the Loporrits are looking to make improvements to their own creation and wish to learn more about how we build things down here. So, why not take Urianger with you? Let him study Alzadal's legacy firsthand.
None can deny the benefit of seeing something with your own eyes. If our expedition leader has no objections, I say we extend Urianger an invitation once we've spoken with your Stola.
Safe travels, you two. But don't forget, I'd still like your help with that other matter I mentioned.
Right. Then it's off to the library.
It's just so funny. I don't know if it's the illusion of choice, but it is just the, like, who do I choose to go see? And then it's like, oh, why don't you bring Ishtola? Oh, and we'll take Urianger along. Sorry, twins. Sorry, Thancred. We're not gonna... we'll leave you guys out. I get to have my wife, male wife, and my studious brother attend. I haven't even mentioned that Estinian's there. We've got a party of over 4 with the NPCs. Incredible. We have Graha and Cryo added to the Codex. An all-rounder. A relatively recent addition to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, G'raha-Tir hails from Corvos in southern Ilsabard, where the Allagan Empire once flourished during the Third Astral Era. Although the Makote were once forced to toil in obscurity for the glory of Allag, G'raha-Tir's tribe, ever proud, devoted themselves to the study and preservation of arcane secrets. Thousands of years later, when Corvos was conquered by the Garleans and brought under the jurisdiction of the illustrious House Darnus, a young G'raha, heir to vast stores of Allagan knowledge, and the last child born with the Allagan Eye, was given into the custody of the students of Baldesion. After acquiring Sharlayan citizenship and freedom from more mundane duties, G'raha concentrated on his education, earning his Archon's mark for his groundbreaking research into ancient arcane wisdom. Owing to these qualifications, G'raha-Tir was tasked with the vital duty of investigating the Crystal Tower, the most fascinating and forbidding of the surviving relics of the Allagan Empire. It was during this expedition that he met with Rambros of the Sons of St. Koinak, Cid Garlond of the Ironworks, and the Warrior of Light, an occasion which led to the fellowship of the formation of the fellowship known as Noah. With his newfound companions, he laid bare the secrets of ancient Allag and learned from the awakened clones Une and Doga that the eye he inherited was, in truth, the royal eye, the unmistakable mark of the Allagan imperial family. With it, he could control the Crystal Tower itself, per the wishes of Selena, the final princess of Allag, who had chosen to pass down this gift and place her trust in future generations. Judging that mankind was not yet ready for the secrets of the tower, G'raha-Tir sealed himself within it, in the hope that he might awaken in an age where his fellow man had set aside their differences, when they might truly comprehend and wield the Allagan knowledge for the benefit of all. Alas, when G'raha awoke from his slumber 200 years later, the world had been ravaged by tragedy and death, for the 8th umbral calamity had come to pass. Biggs, third of his name and 18th chairman of Garlond Ironworks, had cracked the tower's wards, seeking to harness the power within to develop a means of time travel, that they might forge a future which the calamity had never occurred. G'raha agreed to lend them a hand, and so it was that he and the Crystal Tower were transported into the past, not of their world, the Source, but of the reflection known as the First, where fate would once again see him reunited with the Warrior of Light. The First, for its part, had suffered a calamity no less daunting than that of the Source. A flood of light had nearly extinguished all light, and what little remained was beset by horrors born of the phenomenon known as Sin Eaters. Unaged due to his symbiosis with the Crystal Tower, an ever-youthful G'raha-Tir took the initiative in building the Crystarium, a city and bulwark of hope where he and his growing community would stand against these foes. For 100 years, the Crystal Exarch, as G'raha-Tir had come to be known, laid the groundwork for the coming battle, for he had always known that he could not triumph without the Warrior of Light. When the time came, he summoned the champion and their allies, albeit accidentally, from the Source, assembling a formidable alliance to take up arms against the Light Wardens and reclaim the long-absent night sky. Throw wide the gates! Ah, shit. Who are you? Thancred? Throw wide the gates! Fuck. Who are you? Uranjay? God. Throw wide the gates! Just the slow... Everyone's passing out. I hope it's not some, like, stupid cat boy casting spells. The final step in G'raha-Tir's plan would have seen him render up his own life for the preservation of the First and the Source. Blessedly, this sacrifice did not come to pass. Ultimately, the Warrior of Light and the brave companions succeeded in laying low the Arsians Emetselk and Elidibus, ending the threat of the 8th umbral calamity and giving the first hope for a brighter tomorrow. When the Scions at last returned to their own world, they did not do so alone. G'raha-Tir had conceived a method in which his memories and essence in the First could be merged with his past self, still sleeping within the Crystal Tower of the Source. The awoken G'raha-Tir eagerly joined the ranks of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and proceeded to employ his ample knowledge of all things Allagan, as well as the leadership skills he honed as the Crystal Exarch, to provide invaluable guidance and support to his companions. In particular, his decisive actions in Thavnair during the final days ensured the survival of countless innocents. After the de facto disbanding of the Scions, G'raha-Tir joined Kryl in helping to rebuild the students of Baldesion. However, he has not yet shaken his wanderlust and will not hesitate to seize any opportunity to embark upon a new journey with the Warrior of Light. Yay! Now, you know the funny thing about this type of, story and what's going on is basically, he goes in the tower, right? 200 years later, wakes up, and, you know, there's been the whole 8th Umbral calamity has come to pass. And then, like, we do what we do, and we stop it, and then we allow, you know, we defeat Emmett, Selk, and Elidibus, so the 8th Umbral calamity doesn't come to pass, you know, in the future, which is, like, so far away. But then also, the final days happens in the next expansion. So it's obviously, it's kind of interesting to see our impact as a character on the storyline, where we're like preventing apocalypses, but then by those actions, like ushering in earlier apocalypses and then having to stop that as well. It's like you've got like your leaking ship and you're trying to plug a hole, and then a bigger, more depressing hole appears that you've got to work even harder to solve. It's like, do you want the 8th Umbral calamity in 200 years, or do you want the final days in a month? Kryl Baldessian, mage. Orphaned as a child and taken in by Galuf Baldessian, founder of the eponymous students of Baldessian, Kryl was blessed with the power of the Echo. Though in her early years it seemed to be more of a curse. Uncommonly sensitive to the feelings of others. Unwelcome thoughts flooded her mind, leading her to develop a guarded personality that many found off-putting. Seeing this, Galuf gave her a cat-eared hood, assuring her that her gift was not something to be bemoaned, and that it would one day prove a tremendous strength. Moved by her grandfather's words, Kryl vowed to devote herself to her studies, that she might use her power to serve the greater good. Displaying a remarkable aptitude in the mystic arts, Kryl attended the studium in Charlayan, joining the faculty of the arcane and becoming highly skilled in healing and curing magics. It was at this time that she made the acquaintance of Alphino and Alysae Levayor, with whom she maintains a close friendship to this day. After graduation, she joined her grandfather's research organization, eventually coming to Eorzea to support the Scions of the Seventh Dawn as they rebuilt their operation following the Bloody Banquet in Uldar. She lent her impressive knowledge of the arcane to the search for the missing Minfilia. Kryl chose to remain in Eorzea for the foreseeable future, both out of a desire to support her friends and for lack of a home to which she might return. Prior to her arrival, the Isle of Val was obliterated by a devastating spell akin to Ultima. While she herself was on the isle at the time, she was saved by the Blessing of Light, and so she naturally fell in with the Scions. She soon became a full-fledged member, and thenceforth used her command of the Echo to serve her comrades on many an occasion. Kryl suffered a particularly harrowing experience when she was captured as a prisoner of war by the Garleans during the campaign to liberate Alamigo. Her Echo made her a target as the Magitech engineer Aulus Mar Lacina sought to study the phenomenon and create an artificial variant. He succeeded in this endeavor, transforming Fordola Remlupus and Xenos Galvis into beings dubbed the Resonant. Kryl was later rescued by the Scions, and after recovering from the ordeal, resolved to repay the favor. Indeed, when her companions were forcefully summoned to the First and left in a comatose state, Kryl took the lead in nursing the Scions back to health. With the appearance of the Telophoroi and the looming threat of the final days, Kryl returned to Charlayan in hopes of gouging the true intentions of their governing body, the Forum, which to that point had stubbornly refused to approve any aid for Eorzea. Subsequently, she would use her influence as representative of the students of Baldessian to arrange for her friends to visit Old Charlayan. Now that the final days have been averted, and the Scions ostensibly disbanded, Kryl has devoted herself to the restoration of the students, recruiting the precious few survivors she has found, along with new talent, that together they might carry on her late grandfather's legacy and preserve their knowledge for future generations. Time for us to get Ishtola and Urianjay's codex entries. That's a good point about Xenos as well. I think that's just a lot about this game in general, is the actions the Warrior of Light takes pudding way hanging outside reading a book. I guess my pudding wasn't needed to stop the final days after all, but I persevere. That's great that they're just hanging out in here. Oh, we're gonna go down here, and then I've just got to fill up my water because I've been doing so much talking that I am probably gonna lose my voice. Look at my precious, precious wife sleeping. All right. Give me a second, I'll be right back. You want me to find someone called Cheating Way? That doesn't seem like it's going to go well. Well, she wasn't hard to find, at least. The last Apocalypse Game Day stream, by the way, with Everybody's Gone to the Rapture, has the voice actors for Oriange and Grahatia, so which was pretty cool. So Jonathan Bailey, his voice surprised me for a second there. I went, oh, I recognize this, different accent, but I recognize him. But I got surprised by a couple of FF14 voice actors. That's my dog right there. My lab rat dog.
I've never known Y'shtola to doze off in the middle of research before.
Just 3 cats hanging out. Every cutscene has been voiced so far, by the way, which is crazy.
Close my eyes for one moment.
The cut off the music is insane. Oh my god.
How long have you two been here?
That is so funny. Catching up on some light reading.
Something to that effect. I must have been studying for 2-3 days straight before exhaustion finally claimed me. As you know, I've been researching ways to travel from the source to one of its reflections. Well, looking for hints at least. I don't expect to find a simple set of instructions tucked away in some dark corner of the library. So I've been skimming through the stacks, hoping to uncover even a partial mention of any similar feats in the past. A means to travel between worlds exists, and you can be sure I will find a way to employ it. So I promised Runar, but 'twould seem I've set myself a nigh impossible task.
You needn't be so hard on yourself. The leap I made with the Crystal Tower was not achieved in an afternoon. It was the culmination of a collective effort spanning generations.
Oh, you think me discouraged? I assure you, 'tis quite the opposite. A daunting challenge and the time to sink my teeth into it. I feel like a fresh-faced student again.
A scholar in her element.
Indeed. Was there something else you wish to ask of me? Al-Zadal is no minor figure in Harnish history, and much is known about his family. But this is the first I've heard of a descendant surviving a trip to another world. If those tales are true, then he may have left behind some clue as to how it was accomplished.
It's relevant.
An invitation to delve into one of the world's lingering mysteries. As if I could refuse. And whence do we embark upon this expedition?
Akyali, by ship. But before that, we thought to extend an invitation to Urianger as well. He was in Thavnair last we heard.
Then by all means, let us recruit him and be on our way.
That thing arrives to the books like, I guess I'll put these away. Heidelin has been added. Oh god, they've added a few things. Genuine question, feel free to like answer it. If I picked like Thancred and Urianger, Alphino, Alice, or Ishtola first, do we genuinely go to these people first? Or does the game go, nah, probably shouldn't, we should go here? Does it genuinely change the direct, like, the thing? The illusion of choice will always get you in the end. Every time. Every time I think that I'm torn. Stinian says something like they're probably busy. Classic! I know that the game probably doesn't have the capability to allow you to make such a split choice, but, you know, you always wish that it would. It would be crazy. You go and hang out with Alphino and Alice instead. That's a lot of optional voice acting. But yeah, genuinely though, every single cutscene so far has been voiced, which is amazing. So nice to not have to read them all. But it is funny that like the promise to Graha is the one that makes the most sense of like, I said I would take him along. Ishtola ruled. Displaying prodigious aptitude for magic from a young age, Ishtola, at the behest of the Charlayan Forum, was sent to Master Matoya for tutelage at the tender age of 7. Resentful of having to mind a child instead of pursuing her own research, the revered Archon was a stern taskmaster, imposing upon her new student one harsh trial after the next. Y'shtola, for her part, did not shirk from these formidable tasks, eventually winning the approval of her mentor, who doubtless saw in the stubborn Mikote girl shades of her own self as a child. After 10 years of training, Y'shtola emerged from Matoya's cave a woman grown, possessed of vast knowledge and skill in the arcane that easily earned her the title of Archon. Striking out on her own, Y'shtola joined the Circle of Knowing, led by her mentor's colleague and friend Louis Soir Leveilleur. Sailing to Eorzea, she assisted her friends in their efforts in Limsa Lominsa in the fateful days leading up to the 7th Umbral Calamity. During that time, she won the trust of Admiral Merlewer Blushevlian, to whom she lent invaluable assistance in rebuilding the Eorzean Alliance, which had theretofore devolved into a shell of its former glory. After Louis Soir gave his life on the fields of Carteneau, Y'shtola became one of the founding members of the Scions of the 7th Dawn, formed by the merger of her own Circle of Knowing with a like-minded organization, the Path of the 12. Together with her new companions, she worked tirelessly to quell the threat of the Primals and defend Eorzea from the invasion of Garlemald's 14th Imperial Legion. When the Scions were caught up in the political coup in Uldar, it was Y'shtola's command of forbidden and ancient teleportation magics that allowed her and Thancred to escape the clutches of the villainous Crystal Braves. And then, as a result, left to wander the lifestream as a result of this, she was on the verge of being lost forever to the etheric currents when she was rescued and called back to this world through the efforts of Kane Senna and the Warrior of Light. And we did need to fetch her a pair of clothes, because it's an unforgettable cutscene. Y'shtola awoke from her coma to find she had lost the physical ability of sight, gaining in its stead the power to see ether in the environment around her. The gift is a double-edged sword, however, for while it allows her to remain a formidable presence in battle, the strain it places on her mind and energies is often great. Having recovered her strength, Y'shtola joined her fellow Scions in their exploits across Eorzea, traveling to Azis-La to depose the Mad Archbishop Thordan VII and bring the Dragon Song War to an end, then playing a key role in the liberation of Alamigo. That's the Heavens Warden's Stormblood recap for you there. She was there and helped. Y'shtola once again suffered a harrowing experience when her soul was accidentally forcefully summoned to the First by the Crystal Exarch. Assuming the alias Matoya, in honor of her mentor, and concealing her true identity, she befriended the Knights Blessed, a group of dark worshippers who made their home in the depths of the Raktika Greatwood. It was around this time that Y'shtola came to make extensive use of the destructive magics to complement the healing and curing arts at which she had always excelled. After the Scions succeeded in restoring the darkness to the light-blighted First, they returned home to the Source, where Y'shtola would play an invaluable role in averting the dark designs of the Telophoroi, in the end journeying with her friends to Ultima Thule to deliver their world from the final days. Having long served the now disbanded Scions with her boundless knowledge and puissant sorcery, Y'shtola now strives to find an answer to the universe's most fundamental question, seeking the truth of creation to honor the legacy of her mentor, Master Matoya. She didn't play any role in Alamigo? Yes, she did. Yes, she did. She motivated the Warrior of Light. The Warrior of Light was like, my wife is in danger. She's been injured, and now I'm going to put even more effort in to save her. That's the key role. That's a key role. She's a motivating force. Hydaelyn Primal. How long are these, by the way? Alright, not super long. I don't want most of this stream to be reading, that's all, chat. The will of the star, 'tis she who has kept Aetheris turning. Tales of Hydaelyn's call and the singular power it was said to bestow, the echo, have been recorded throughout history. The nature of this power was not wholly understood, and it was often conflated with another of her gifts, the Blessing of Light, which ensured one's ether would remain uncorrupted by primal tempering. The chosen few also spoke of being summoned to the heart of the star, where, according to their testaments, awaited a pure and towering crystal. It is likely that said testaments gave rise to the appellation Mother Crystal, as well as the usage of Hydaelyn to refer to the star itself. Though the precise point at which these terms became commonplace remains unknown. While many sought further knowledge of her nature, the Sharlayan Forum foremost among them, few ascertained Hydaelyn's true identity, a primal with an ancient, Thavnair, at her core. In a time before time, society was governed by the Convocation of 14, upon which Thavnair held the seat of Azem. An indefatigable and insatiably curious individual, she tired of the academic approach to natural studies and resolved instead to travel the star and seek its truths through first-hand experience, a journey that she continued even after abdicating her position. One day, during a visit to Elpis, Resident Evil 9, she chanced to meet with the Warrior of Light who had come from the future with a warning of calamities to come. Thus did she learn of the final days that would befall Aetheris, and of this tragedy's ultimate cause, Meteion, bearer of the myriad fallen worlds' despair. To prevent the obliteration of all life, Thavnair embarked on a quest that would span millennia. Offering up her own flesh and soul, she summoned and became Hydaelyn. She sundered her people, who yearned for a past that could never be restored. The god Zodiac, manifestation of all that ill-fated wish, and the star itself, which she loved so dearly, into 14 pieces. The god of darkness was jailed within the sundered world's moons, and the people condemned to a fragile and imperfect existence forevermore. However, she knew that from their imperfection, their suffering, would arise the strength to face deepest despair. So passionate was her love for mankind, so unwavering her faith in its potential, that Hydaelyn would never, in the eons that follow, waver in her belief. Even as shard after shard fell to calamity and were rejoined with the source, empowering Zodiac as it enervated her in turn, she stayed the course, awaiting the day when man would prove himself worthy. When at last the time came, and the scions of the Seventh Dawn triumphed over her in a battle that burned through her very soul, she faded away with a smile on her lips and peace in her heart. Though the Warrior of Light and their comrades would go on to follow the path she had shown them, Hydaelyn was no more. Her love for her children, however, is eternal. I'm going to skip the other two for now as we go to Urianger, and we'll get Urianger's Codex entry and whatever comes through. Because we're going to have a lot more Codex entries appearing, and I do want to play some game. I assume that this treasure place is going to be a dungeon, so I do want to get some playtime in. To the lower levels. I've visited Labyrinthos on several occasions recently, but I've not set foot in Thomazane since the day we boarded the Ragnarok. I don't see Thancred anywhere. Was he not supposed to be traveling with Urianger? Yes, what is Thancred doing?
Ah, our illustrious champion. Cloaked in the mantle of the common explorer, fame set aside in thy pursuit of simple adventure. I am told a new expedition is in the offing.
I assume he'll say about Thancred anyway, but I'll say, wasn't Thancred with you anyway? What's he doing?
He left to attend to some personal errand, but should be returning ere long.
You've been keeping yourself busy, I trust?
True to our plan, Thancred and I embarked upon a pilgrimage of sorts, with an eye for gauging the state of those lands through which we passed. Travels were interrupted, however, by a request for aid from our preferred lunar allies. As you may recall, the Loperids had been seeking new purpose for the moon, another role through which it might serve to benefit mankind. The Forum hath been working to advise them in this endeavor, but I return to offer mine own counsel.
And this has what to do with treasure vaults, exactly?
Ah, you have learned of my predicament from Mistress Cryle. I know not whence they acquired such knowledge, but the Loporrits now stand convinced that adventurers delight in treasure hunts.
It's funny you say that.
Thus, with their newly built wonderland of riches and mystery, do they hope to entice all manner of daring delvers to the moon. So earnest and innocent was their desire to bring joy to the world that I found myself powerless to refuse them my cooperation. But what of you, my friends? Why are you come to Labyrinthos?
Hey, you want to go treasure hunting?
Fascinating. This is indeed a most fortuitous opportunity. I should be honored to accept thine invitation. How long hath it been, I wonder, when last our actions were not impelled by fate or desperation?
Aye. Though I cherish the Scion's accomplishments, 'tis pleasant to not have the weight of the world upon our shoulders for a change.
Counting Estinian, we number 5 now, yes? Without knowing what traps or perils await unwary feet, we may be wise to refrain from recruiting others.
I agree. Between us, we should have the skills to handle whatever situation may arise. Shall we be on our way?
What, no time to spare a word for the grizzled old bard?
There he is.
All is well, I trust?
A wasted trip, I'm afraid. I'd hoped to catch up with a former mentor while you parleyed with the rabbits, but it seems our paths were not to cross.
How was your pilgrimage?
Having an astrologian beside you on the road is surprisingly convenient. And it doesn't hurt that he's making strides with his light-hearted banter. In any case, as we made our way around Ilzabard, we saw that much of the continent was in various stages of chaos. A certain amount of disorder is to be expected. The final days are over, and the people no longer have a common threat binding them together. That's the thing with these fledgling troubles, eh? You need to keep an eye out, lest they mature into full-grown headaches. So, for what reason have so many esteemed personages seemed fit together?
We're going bloody treasure hunting, innit?
Beneath the waters of the Bounty, you say? I see you've already stolen away my traveling partner with the promise of unexplored ruins and scholarly glory.
Nay, 'tis not for mine own indulgence, but rather the fulfillment of my commitment to the Loporrits.
Ah, of course. And if you have Estinian rounding out your group, you'll likely have all the members you need.
Feeling left out? I could put in a good word for you, if you like.
We may have been released from our obligations, but I'll never be free of that merciless wit of yours, will I? In all seriousness, 'tis best I sit this one out. Too many former scions consorting with one another might be seen as a cause for concern in certain quarters. I'll return to my usual reconnaissance and scout out the situation in the Far East. Feel free to share if you come across any interesting revelations. Till we meet again.
I love it. It's like, we're not supposed to be working together. We split
Shall
up.
also hasten our departure. Sir Estinian will wonder what hath become of us.
Just can't stay away from each other. We're like, we got something I want to do, but, you know, hey, you want to come? You want to come along? I think you'd be perfect. Urianger has been added to the Codex. An avid reader since he was old enough to hold a tome. Thancred didn't get added. That's funny, actually. An avid reader since he was old enough to hold a tome, Urianger spent his youth engrossed in books of prophecy. Eastern, Western, modern, historical. The young Elizan devoured all manner of sources concerning his favorite subject. Though in doing so, he acquired an erudite vocabulary and poetic mannerisms that alienated his peers. His steadfast studiousness, along with the encouragement of his childhood friend Moanbreeder, did, however, enable him to enter the studium under the auspices of the foremost authority on prophecy. Archon Louis Soir, indeed, it is thought that Urianger elected to join the Circle of Knowing to learn the truth of Messiah Thousand Eyes' divine chronicles, a work that hinted at the coming of the seventh umbral calamity. In the moons preceding said calamity, Urianger sought to share his knowledge with the peoples of Eorzea, but his doomsaying only served to earn him an unflattering reputation. After the prophecies came to pass, and his beloved mentor was lost in the fires of Cartano, he and the other remnants of the Circle of Knowing joined with the Path of the 12 to form the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Thenceforth, Urianger became a fixture in the halls of the Waking Sands. Although his profound knowledge of history has ever been a boon to the Scions, Urianger's verbose explanations and dry manner have given rise to interpersonal tensions. Of particular note are the events following Moanbreeder's death during the confrontation with the Ascian Nabrialis. I forget how we pronounce this Ascian's name. Nabrialis, when a grieving and guilt-stricken Urianger took it upon himself to treat with Elidibus in secret. Yes, we remember. In so doing, he learned long-lost secrets, which he used to sabotage the Ascian's plot to manipulate the Warriors of Darkness. While he had the best of intentions, the decisions he made without the input of his allies, such as orchestrating the journey of Minfilia, the word of the Mother, to the first, and the consequences would long weigh heavy on his heart. To compound his turmoil, Urianger was pressured into deceiving his allies once more when the Crystal Exarch summoned him to the First. After divulging his true identity as Grahatir, the Exarch implored him to pretend that his own knowledge of future tragedies was a vision Urianger had witnessed when passing between worlds. Believing this fiction was essential for the success of the Exarch's plan to prevent the 8th Umbral Calamity through his personal sacrifice, Urianger reluctantly agreed and retreated to Ilmeg. However, when the truth was finally laid bare, the Warrior of Light, then the Warrior of Darkness, refused to allow the Exarch to trade his life for the star's safety, rendering the deception meaningless. Urianger, overcome with regret, resolved to be more forthright and emotionally open with his comrades from that day forward. Upon returning to the Source and being confronted with the reality of the final days, he played a key role in facilitating cooperation between the people of Aetheris and the moon-dwelling Loperites. But it was not until a tearful reunion with Moanbreeder's parents, who welcomed him as they would a son, that he began to feel as though he was growing into the man he wanted to be. Ultimately, it was the relationships Urianger cultivated that would see the ship Ragnarok take to the stars and hope restored to the star. He's like, I don't want to do the sneaky stuff anymore, I promise. Urianger Orgerelt. Okay. Sorry, Thancred, you don't get a codex entry. Yeah, we're not hanging out as an organization. I say, no. We're just really good friends, actually. I need to see which one of these I have to do for ether currents. Because I'm grounded right now. Stepchild. Why are there Matanga everywhere? Is this town fallen? Ah, your face, it is known to me. You were the warrior who fought for the Mole in the Nardum. I am Ogol of the Katayin. It was your bravery and skill which inspired me to embark on my own hero's journey. I have foolishly blundered into a den of Matanga. Why do these others walk without fear? Do they not care if they are slaughtered? These Matanga are not like those on the Azim steppe. I do not doubt your word, but grandmother would always warn me, if you encounter a Matanga, you turn tail and flee as fast and far as you can. Her tales were awful and bloody, and so now the very sight of them, the terror rises unbidden. No, I cannot stay here. I must earn enough coin to buy passage from this nightmare island as soon as possible. I beg of you, stay at my side for a time, just until I meet with this Kankana person the sailors told me about. She's said to have work that pays a fair wage. I'll see what she has for me. It's going to be Matanga, and you're going to be upset. Thancred's surname was said before. They're really just deciding to put that all out, aren't they? They're going, hey, remind these people of their last names. Where did I miss it? Was it in the conversation? Did I miss it? I can't see it in there. Am I being blind? Ah, yes, our good friend Thancred last name. Was that earlier in the... I was trying to read Thancred's things. I'm confused now. Feel free to just say it if it's been said and I missed it. I told you this, but I knew it. Why is that young lady trembling so? Oh, it's been said before. Yeah, I've probably heard it before, but then I forget. Especially if they don't say it very often. By the Dusk Mother, no one told me Kankana was a Matanga. Could I ask you to speak with her in my stead? Welcome to Yedlamad, Traveler. I am Kankana, and it is my job to assign the right work to the right workers. Might I have your name? Omega and Ogle, was it? Let me jot those down. Oh, Grandmother, why? Why did it have to be a Matanga? Is your companion quite alright? Yes, just, you know, stereotyping. We're gonna work on it. Ah, an understandable reaction. The Gajasura tribe have done much to stay in the reputation of our people. You are looking for work, though, yes? Many have been forced to take what they can since the troubles began, so I'm afraid all the simple jobs are gone. As for what's left, I only have tasks fit for seasoned fighters. Does that sound like something you can do? Fighting? I can fight, lest you doubt my skill is likened to that of the Dragonbane, the legendary Chakazo herself. I'm not familiar with the name, but you sound formidable indeed. Why don't we start you out on escort duty then? A group of artisans set off to harvest materials, and ask I send any prospective protectors their way should I happen to enlist any. What? They already set off? Is our duty not to escort them? There's to be a ritual dance performed in Kajaya's footsteps. They'll need incense and costumes for the dancers and such. The entire thing was decided rather suddenly, so there was no time to waste. And these artisans you speak of, do they also include Matanga in their number? It was an Akasodara who submitted the request. I hope that won't be a problem. Oh, not at all. I look forward to fainting at the feet of my most feared enemy. Omega, I cannot do this alone. Pray lend me the strength of the victor of the Nadam, and half the reward for this task will be yours. The artisans didn't plan to venture far. Leave Yedlamar to the west, and you shall soon come across your employer. Then that is where we shall meet. You will find me there, yes? Yes. Thancred Waters. That does ring a bell. That does ring a bell. Dusk Mother, give me courage. You must be our belated escort, yes? Glad to have such courageous, Is your companion not well? She seems a touch shaky. Of course, I should have thought of it before. I shall harvest the necessary ingredients while the artisan stays here. That way I have no need to fear him being harmed. Perfect. I must say, this is less than ideal. My people are already scattered across the wilds. I wanted someone to roam around and ensure they were safe from attack. Is your friend perhaps frightened by Akasodara? I have met such travelers before. Well, no matter. If you could patrol the area, I must attend to my own harvesting. Ogle has run off into the wilds alone. We shall take a look out. Happy Thursday to you as well, Bob Marley. Aren't time zones a special thing? Welcome in. Trunks, bone-crunching feet. You must think me foolish. I was so absorbed in my task, I failed to notice the ground shaking at their approach. Still, my injuries are light and my satchel is full. Thanks to you, I can make it back to town. What happened? Did you slay the beast? That was a near thing. I took the first one by surprise, but the second, knowing Matanga stood at my back, my mind froze, my body refused to obey. Grandmother taught that we should let fear wash over us like water, but to my shame, I could not have failed her more thoroughly. Not to sound ungrateful, but why did you follow me? We were to patrol. Forgive me, I should have waited for orders instead of running off alone and putting lives in peril. Come, we should return to our employer. My colleague told me of his rescue, although we had hoped for an escort from the start. Imagine if you hadn't come at all. I've sent him and the others back to our workshop. Consider your duty with us complete. You have my thanks. Right, I suppose we report to Kankano then. Ah, there you are. Your employer expressed satisfaction. Congratulations on a job well done. As a response to the recent chaos, the upcoming ritual was hastily planned, to say the least. As a consequence, the artisans have been hard-pressed to make everything ready. But when times are hard, the people of Thavnair rely on such traditions to renew their faith and bolster their hearts with the teachings of the divine. The death of an artisan would have thrown the whole thing into disarray, and thus your rescue was timely indeed. Are you interested in further work? Nope. Get me away from here. See you later. Whoa, another character in another story that goes somewhere that I will not be experiencing. Unless, of course, you have another ether current and it's not one of the other 2 blue quests. See you later. Okay. So just one more in Thavnair. So it's either going to be what's in a parent or alchemist or dancer. Which one is it? I'm at a crossroads. Do we know which one it is so I don't have to go to one on the off chance I'm wrong and then have to go all the way to the other? The daily society quests? Okay, well, I'll definitely do that because obviously I've unlocked the other ones for different groups. Have I done the Shadowbringers ones? I'm not sure, actually. Maybe? I can't remember. I can look in here, can't I? Hold on. Where do I look for rep? Yes, alright, Pixies. I've got the Pixies. Because that's the only one for my main guy and not for like the crafting or whatever. So I just haven't done, yeah, I haven't done Endwalkers yet. Yeah. Is it what's in a parent or alchemist or dancer chat? Please! Which direction am I going in? For the ether current. The parent one. Do I? Oh my god, I do. I do. That's so true. It's hard to see the teleport sometimes because there's just so many quests. Yazan. Oh my god. Philippe is banned. Alright, everybody, we have to ban Philippe from every stream. And there it is. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. All this rain, weather in the game. I gotta pee. I'll be back. Alright, alchemist or dancer? Do you have a moment, adventurer? One of my colleagues has gone missing. She said she was going to Kajaya's footsteps to get a bit of exercise, but she hasn't come back. I'd go search for her, but it's almost time for a shift change, and I can't very well leave the kiln to operate itself. Can you find her and fetch her for me? You're too kind. She should be in Kajaya's footsteps. I'm sure she'll be happy to see you. She was out last time you were by, and she was devastated she missed out on the chance to meet the adventurer aiding the students of Boldessian. What do you mean I need to get back to work? Oh, have I really been out that long? I should really go. I was hoping to get a better look at the stage before I left. I'm sure you're busy, but could you assist me for a moment? Thank you. I'll inspect the walls. Could you make sure the stage is in order? Why wouldn't you want to see the stage? Whoa, rainbow. Some of the paint is worn off. It could use a fresh coat. The cloth wavers exquisitely in the wind. No problems here. There is a small hole in the floor. That can't be good. Any problems? The floor and the paint. I'll have to fix them next time I come by. Thanks for checking. It seems odd I never met you until now. You wouldn't happen to be the adventurer sent by the students of Boldessian, wouldn't you? Yes, indeed. You are, and here I was delegating you menial tasks. If I had known, I've always admired travelers like you. You see, I was studying to be a dancer under Mistress Nashmira at one time. I wanted to see the realm as I traveled for performances. And maybe I still can. Not as a dancer, of course, but an alchemist. Oh, we should hurry back to the great work. I don't want to cause more trouble than I already have. It's so funny how that's such a common response in this game. It's like, ah, shit, you're actually that legendary person, and I've just asked you to, like, get me a coffee. But yeah, the soundtrack for this game is 10 out of 10. And this soundtrack in this particular area is good, but the true diamonds of this soundtrack are not on display right now, that's for sure. Soken is a genius. Ah, there you are. I heard you helped my colleague with her stage inspection. It's greatly appreciated. She really looks up to your kind, you know. She lost the chance to become a dancer due to an unfortunate injury. She was happy to meet you, as am I. Here's a token of our thanks. The true thanks is... wee! Ether attunement. I can fly. So 1 in Labyrinthos, 1 in Garlemald. We completed Elpis and Ultima Thule. We actually locked in on those. And then the moon Don't talk to me about that. I have not heard about Island Sanctuary. No. Alright, we here. The thrill of imminent adventure. I never tire of this feeling. Just imagine the possibilities. In my travels, I spied many a child wandering alone, orphans in all likelihood. Though homes raised by beasts and blasphemies can be rebuilt, the void left by those we have lost cannot be so easily filled. I send you to recruit Graha and you return with an entire survey party. I hope Marzia's boat is sturdy enough to carry us all. What he means is, we are grateful for the use of one of your precious fishing vessels. We are more than glad for the chance to provide it. I only ask you take care to steer clear of the reefs in the shallows there. Aye, we will keep an eye out. Despite his misgivings, I wager Murad remains in that merchant's employ. Azdal's legacy. There you go. What a streak. It took us until this cutscene for no voice acting. Pretty fucking good effort. Azadal III, I confess I am somewhat embarrassed for the tale of this journey to another world escaped my notice. Could it be more than simple folklore? And what of the treasure he supposedly brought back? This undersea vault may hold relics from another reflection. My friends, we should temper our expectations. The map doth promise ruins, but beyond that, we know not what we will find. Not until we find it, aye. So let us dispense with the conjecture and set sail for the vault. Let's go. Do we feel bad that Alphino and Alice were the only two characters on our list of options that didn't even get spoken to? I'm so sorry, twins. We even said hello to Thancred and Kryl. Alzadal's legacy has been added. We did it. And of course, I will not be taking the NPCs. Because we're taking new people. None who enter these ruins come out alive. Well, we shall see about that. The treasure vault of a satrap will surely be filled with diverse traps and devilish deterrents. Caution is paramount. I am aware that this story about an otherworldly journey may be just that, a story. But even the wildest tale often contains a few grains of truth, and that is worth investigating. One can only spend so many days hunched over a desk before it begins to take its toll. A spot of vigorous exploration is exactly what I needed. It is funny that it's like, for a dungeon, it's like, you need yourself and 3 others, and then we've brought a team of 5, so if you were even running with just NPCs, you have to leave one behind anyway. This is a normal dungeon, correct? So I just need 4 people. Since the days of old, the imagination of the Thavnairian people has been captured by a persistent legend, the promise that somewhere beneath the shimmering expanse of the bounty lies hidden the treasure vault of Alzadal III. Yet how might one claim the fabled satrap's hoard where so many others reckless souls have tried and fallen? Will Estinian's dubious map lead you true to the rumored isle and its mouldering ruins? Whatever peril awaits ahead, it is certain to be an adventure. Alright, I'm just gonna have to make the choice based on classes at the moment. So I'm gonna do this, and this is our light party of 4. So we got the tank, 2 DPS, and a healer. And then we, if other people want to run it at the same time, we can have like a B team. Okay. We're jumping in. Okay, cool. Foggy Treasure Island. Music's very good. Ah? Oh my god, traps, right. No shit. That's fun. Oh man, I have all of my abilities again. God. It's been a while. I've been doing a lot of lower leveled stuff. I can use so many of my abilities. We're so back. What variant of Morbol is that? Arzadal's Asvatha. Jeez. Okay. Waiting for that bad breath. There it was. As expected. No worries, Kamikaze. Thanks for tuning in. Have a good one. What are these things? God. They're like zombie pirates. Okay. Amber Jam. Jellyfish boss time with a... It's a sword and a, like, it's like a sword and a shield, but as like the thing, whatever the fuck. It's little I don't don't know if on jellyfish they're called tentacles or not. I assume you're going to attack on the blue side. No. Oh, it's the red that was the attack. I was expecting the blue to, like, do a swiping attack or something. Understandable, have a nice day. Okay, gotcha. Toxic fountain. Oh my god. Okay. Ah, shit. I went to the wrong circle. Big wave. Oh, oh! And we did not stand in a good place. All right, thanks. Thanks, Amber Jam. Salt-encrusted teleporter. The teleporter bears you deep beneath the waves. Glyph of passage detected, confirming bearer's identity. Whoa! Big shark. We got portals? What is going on in here? Unrecognized ethereal signature. Brazen thief, you will proceed no further. Locating denizens, opening portal. Okay. He's taking, okay, attaching to beasts outside and bringing them inside. Just wants to say hello, guys. god. Claw Trap, Alzadal the 14th. Excuse me? Alzadal is, now has a lineage of Crab Kings. This is looking rather mechanical. What is this? The Armored Chariot. Turn back, Treasure Seeker, or this vault will be your tomb. Okay, so just stand away from the shields to not get blasted by the lasers. Gotcha. Oh my god, my buffs went over my debuffs for the first time. Usually it's enough where I can sit them there. I might have to change that. Oh, that's different. Yep. Your greed will prove your undoing. A lot of sage stuff. No worries, Elias. Welcome in. Thanks for joining. Anyway, we are winning. We're in a Final Fantasy XIV dungeon at the moment. It's a cool one. Okay, these mystic weapons, which are literally, I don't know if they're reskins or whether I should take that as the fact that, you know, they look like the... What are they called again? When the people have turned into the beasts after they give into despair? They're the same type of thing. Are they reskins, or is it a little bit more than that? Look at all this treasure. Alzadal's Acrolith. Secure the treasure. Yeah, that's the thing. It's the same model, so that's why I'm like, they're using those transformed despair monsters as well. Oh my god, mimics! Okay, so it's like the Final Days monsters are not necessarily unique. Which makes sense, that's fine. Whoa. Looming Warden Capiculu. Alright. A few guardians for this treasure vault. Warning, this vault is under my protection. Failure to withdraw will invite chastisement. Ah, so many colors. Spin out. Spin and fumble, stumble and fall. Oh. Leave now and live. This is your final warning. You're gonna spin me? That's your best trick? You have to try more than that. Billowing bolts. Colossal surge of ether inundates the hanging fabric. Okay. Your willful trespass confirmed. You have chosen death. I'm on the stab wound. Ow! All intruders will be slain. Oh my god, we're still going. There we go. pretty easy enough to deal with the spin. And my NPCs are here. Very nice. Not the greatest loot. A hidden room within a hidden vault. We found all the treasure then? What is this place? A fitting sentinel. Why are you away from the rest, Urianger? Alright, what treasures did we get here?
What have we here?
'Tis not unlike a Hunnish alchemical furnace in design.
Well, there is one way we might find out.
Stop! You mustn't touch it.
Vritra! Oh, my apologies. Should I continue calling you Varshan?
You may address me as you wish. My nature is no longer a secret. Still, this is not a setting I imagined for our reunion. Surely you've not entered these ruins as common looters.
Would that we could deny your accusations, but I fear you're not far from the truth.
Great Vritra, might we beseech thee to explain the nature of this strange contrivance?
It was crafted by our alchemists at my behest, for the purpose of sealing something away.
I wasn't gonna touch it, but you know you're Stola.
You and I will speak later.
Not the time for frivolity, my friend. Not the time.
Oh my god, Istola's getting the great camera
Something of which
shots with the music.
Might it be some manner of threat?
Oh, we'll speak later, alright.
Perhaps I should simply show you.
Ah, yeah, open it. I love that he's like, I guess I'll just show you.
I have lifted the seal, if only for the moment, by an authority only I possess.
A planar fissure?
No, my friend. Small though it may be, this is a functioning gate into the void.
Traveling worlds. A functioning gate into the void. Ishtola just like looking at it with a fucking smile on her face is so funny because what kind of like aetherical properties is it giving off, you know? Can such a tiny portal truly be so dangerous? I came here in search of something that might further my research. I did not anticipate a fully functioning void gate. Even in the learned halls of Charlayan, 'tis forbidden to throw wide the gates to the abyss. The peril is far too great. Hey. Alright, I'm going in. I expect to have more questions. Just fucking Ishtola, the music cutting again. You and I will speak later. Void gates and fissures are much the same thing in practice, in the sense that both allow passage between the source and the 13th. The difference in terminology refers to the circumstances of their creation. A fissure is an incidental tear in the fabric between worlds, whereas a void gate is the product of deliberate action. I suspect this is the latter, judging by the elaborate mechanism put in place to control it. To think that our search for material riches would lead to this priceless discovery. That swirling emptiness, it puts me in mind of old friends, not to mention old foes. You may now enter the legacy with a party of NPCs. Well, yes. Perhaps I might linger a touch longer. A brother's grief.
I must admit, I am deathly curious to know how a void gate came to be hidden in the depths of these ruins.
To tell that tale, we must first peer far to the south, and even further into memory. An age 5 millennia passed when the Algan Empire sent an invading force to the shores of Merasidia. The southern people rallied around the commanding figures of Bahamut and Tiamat and fought fiercely to repel the would-be conquerors. With Bahamut's defeat, however, the tide turned against them. Desperate to seize any advantage, the Mercidians resorted to summoning primal entities. In response, Emperor Zande forged a covenant with the Cloud of Darkness, sovereign among the all-devouring denizens of the Void. Thus bolstered by icons on one side and Void Scent on the other, the two armies clashed in a battle of unspeakable carnage. So much death, so much loss.
I consider myself well versed in that period of history, yet you speak as one who witnessed it happen.
Indeed, I did. I heard Tiamat's roar of defiance and sped toward that war-torn land. Along with my sibling, Ashdaya. We dragons are not male or female as men are wont to classify, but elder sister is the closest a mortal tongue can come to describing what she meant to me. I was the last of our brood to hatch, and Ashdaya cared for me where my sire could not. Thus, I was with her when Tiamat roared. I was with her when she journeyed south, and I was with her when she fought against the Void-sent hordes. Yet no matter how many of their vile fiends we cast down, more rose from the abyss to take their place. Faced with an unwinnable war of attrition, Ashdaya risked her all on a final gamble. She plunged through the Void Gate itself to strike at the root of their strength. I tried to follow in her wake, determined to lend what aid I could. But even as I came upon Alag's glittering tower, I saw the rift close behind her. And Ashdaya has been lost to us ever since.
I find I must retract my earlier claim of historical knowledge. Nowhere in the Crystal Tower's archives did I see mention of such noble sacrifice.
That does not surprise me. To Allagan eyes, it must have seemed as if a lone dragon, driven to madness, simply dove through the gate and did not return. For my part, I spent long years searching for the means to reunite with Ashdaya. Until I could search no more. Until Allag was dust, and the arts to open a void gate large enough to accommodate a dragon forever lost.
Yet you have the beginnings of a gate right here, under the control of a harnessed device.
My discovery came before Radz-at-Han was founded. Though I scoured the lands for a method to cross the rift, it was beneath the sea that I chanced to find a natural planar fissure. It was, however, far too narrow to admit a worm's bulk. Only after our city rose upon the rock, and I could enlist the aid of our talented alchemists, did matters take a favorable turn. Their dedication was beyond reproach. Tirelessly, they worked to expand the fissure, and after decades of toil, it finally grew to a size that a child might pass through.
Not long ago, you told us that you called out to your kin, that Ashdaya's answer was silence. I suspect the conclusion to your tale is not a joyful one.
With hope in my heart, I used a simulacrum to cross the threshold. But no, I did not find her. What I found was a host of voidsent, clamoring around the opening they had sensed. 'Twas but a moment, but enough. I had no choice but to retreat and allow the portal to contract once more.
The gate was a threat to your people. You had to decide between endangering Radz-at-Han and abandoning your sister. And you chose the latter.
'Twas not that thy siblings scorned thy call. 'Twas that she was trapped beyond a barrier through which neither roar nor dragon may pass. Even now, in the desolate world of the 13th.
I can scarce imagine your pain, yet it was wise not to linger in that place. Too long a sojourn, and even a being of your power risks being warped into a creature of the void. You've seen this phenomenon before, when we stepped into the darkness.
I remember when Nero turned purple.
Turned purple? Well, yes. His wounds had allowed the void's corruption to enter his body and twist his ether. Had it been allowed to progress much longer, I presume he would have been fully transformed.
Then there is little hope for Ashdaya.
Ah, no. I hadn't meant to. I speak only of possibilities. The scales of the First Brood are extraordinarily resistant to ethereal fluctuations. They are the protective talisman's core components after all, and Even the corruption I described would struggle to overcome. Of course. With the warding scale in one's possession, one could conceivably survive a stay in the 13th without being warped by its energies.
Be that as it may, it is too late to rescue my sister. 5,000 years too late. And now countless others look to me for guidance and protection. So when I sensed intruders in the ruins, I came only to ensure that the gate remained closed. That, and to secure the treasure, of course. I wish only to forget the rest.
Are we looking to convince him to let us get in there? Let's just shrink ourselves down and get through that void gate. We'll go and find your dragon. Whenever dragon talk comes up and the Heavens Ward music starts to come in, you know that you're in for a good story. Millennia have passed since I last saw her, but I see Asdaya in memory still clear and vivid. The 13th. What chaos must consume that world? Vietra's grief for a lost sibling will be no mystery to Estinian. His hath been a life entwined with sorrow, even before he became host to Nidhogg's essence. I wondered how one of the first brood can simply vanish and leave no trace of her passage. Now I have my answer. So they managed not only to expand the fissure, but also manipulate it as one might a gate. Astonishing. Is there any chance I could learn more of how this feat was accomplished? I will tell you what I can. First, however, I must return to the High Crucible and arrange to replace the Guardians you so handily destroyed. It will not do to leave the gate undefended. My apologies. We were perhaps a touch zealous in our rush to uncover the vault's secrets. If the construct can be repaired, we would be happy to offer our assistance. That will not be necessary. Much as I retain spare vessels for myself, we keep duplicate guardians on hand for such eventualities. In any case, we should return to Radz-at-Han. Although that's like, yeah, sorry, we got a little bit excited about treasure. Didn't think you'd actually have a problem, so nice dungeon, though. I had a good time with that one. And Mercury, thanks so much for tuning in. Have a good night. We will catch you next time. If only the treasure was no longer owned by anyone. We shall see. While I am loath to keep Cryer waiting much longer, I cannot bring myself to leave before hearing more of Vietra's tale. There is much about the Void Gate that I cannot even begin to explain. I must convince Vietra to share everything he knows. Vietra speaks as if Asdaya is a lost cause, but I wager he feels differently and in his heart of hearts. Just forget when like someone has a Midgard Sorma just flying around. 'Twas a most enjoyable expedition, for which I am grateful. As for mine evaluation, I shall impress upon the Loporrits that a treasure vault is incomplete without daunting sentinels to test the mettle of any would-be intruders. I promise we will discuss the Void Gate further, but first, I must attend to the matter of the Vault Sentinels. As your instruments have no doubt informed you, the Capiculu has been reduced to so much scrap. Please bring a new one out of storage and see that it is conveyed to its post along with some few lesser constructs. Was it tomb robbers, fiends born of the Tower of Zot? By the sisters, do not tell me a blasphemy yet roams free. Ah, blasphemy was what they were called. Why such guilty faces? Surely it wasn't you who were responsible for this. Oh. Well, the details aren't important. I shall see it done immediately. And with that, the vault will soon be secure once more. Now, I believe you had questions? Quite a few, in fact, but I'd like to begin with the gate itself. It is still functional, yes? Indeed, which is why I saw it sealed with an alchemically forged lock and warded it with my magics. Such power must not fall into the wrong hands. In truth, the primary reason for the vault's construction was to keep the gate hidden from the outside world. So much effort for such a little door. That little door you speak of leads to an abyss teeming with unspeakable horrors. That said, in its current state, it would admit only the lowliest of void scent, and from this side, no man would be able to pass through. No man. I should think Alphino would fit, given a firm enough push. Physical size is only one consideration. The true restriction hinges upon the etheric density of the soul in transit. Ah, we need some ether bread. And yet you succeeded and expanded this diminutive portal in sending your simulacrum to the 13th. Thanks to my brilliant alchemists, I should have destroyed the anomaly when I found it, but instead I bade them devise a means to control it. After much experimentation, they accomplished the impossible. A method was conceived by which my magics could manipulate the fissure and transform it into a serviceable gate. But the process has long since been forgotten. Once I had given up searching for Azdaia. There was no need to preserve such esoteric and dangerous knowledge. Thus has the gate lain dormant for years uncounted. Our own passage to the 13th was made relatively simple thanks to the Crystal Tower. An ancient mechanism channeled the tower's vast stores of energy to open a void gate, one bound to a covenant made with the cloud of darkness. Once that sovereign entity was beaten back, however, the covenant was broken, and the doorway severed from its connection to the void. Theoretically, it should be possible to reconnect the gate by forging a new pact with another void set, but such deals usually end in betrayal and death. In any case, you should attempt to gain an understanding of the Bounty Gate. Mayhap you could resume the search for your sister. As I have already explained, I put those futile hopes to rest centuries ago. My place and my duty is here now. Ah, I had meant to ask, what prompted you to search for the vault in the first place? This is so terrible. I'm being such a menace. It was all Astinian's idea. As I recall, 'twas you who was chasing tales of undersea ruins. Well, as you have seen, the fabulous wealth from the stories is quite real. If not its rumored origin, but I'm afraid I must assert a prior claim. I've been adding to that trove for years, little by little, but the time has come to spend it, that I might alleviate my people's suffering. Then we are of one mind. We had no intention of taking it for ourselves. Isn't that right, my friend? Oh yes, naturally. Your Excellency, would you object if I were to conduct a closer examination of the gate? I will make no attempt to open it, of course. I owe you and yours a debt that can never be repaid. Whatever boon you ask of me, you shall have it. You are most gracious. I take full advantage of your permission. Would that I could join thee in thy study, but the Loporrits will be anxious to receive my report. I beg my leave of you. And I must be off to Charlayan as well. Mistress Cryer was eager to speak with you about that request, so please come back to the Annex as soon as you are able. Farewell for now. We can discuss my findings once I return. You'll not be rid of me so easily. See what Cryle needs a favor with. You may now undertake the Chronicles of a New Era Quest series, Myths of the Realm. So that's New Game Plus, right? The difficult part in all this will be deciding how best to put these riches to use. Will you lend me your assistance in these deliberations? Anything to make up for the constructs we broke? Then I will think of your employment as recompense. Serve me as guest advisors, and I will consider the broken constructs paid in full. Omega and I are in this together. I will follow his example. Meanwhile, we've been hit with a meanwhile. Just elsewhere. Music going hard. Oh my god. Don't tell me that Xenos has a whole fucking void throne. What is going on here? Is it not Xenos? Oh, this might not be him? I think maybe not. I sensed the breaching of a gate, but it was not instigated from this side. It was thrown open from the other. The throne of Earth. Throne of Fire. I, too, felt it. A rare occurrence, yes. But such a tiny portal is beneath our notice. There are more pressing matters at hand. An opportunity is upon us, the coming of which we have awaited for nigh on 10,000 years. We dare not let it slip our grasp. Yet we must not underestimate he who bested the cloud of darkness. Even restrained by a covenant, the cloud was no feeble wisp to be dispersed by some flesh and blood mortal. Bah, let him come. I would drown the world and watch this fleshling gasp for breath in his final moments. Why is it where there's anything to do with elements, it's always you four? Knight in Black. Your zeal is admirable, but forget not our cause. Think back on our struggles beneath this sunless sky. Remember why we cede not our will to fight. "'Tis time we set the war in motion and win redemption for our star." Okay. Hey guys. Not Xenos. So, that little tease before of like, I've returned, and we saw the little scythe, and I went, my boyfriend's back. No. No. I hope you enjoyed the expedition at least. Otherwise, it was a heavy purse to pay for the treasure map leading to a treasure we couldn't keep. Rashan wishes to discuss the distribution of the treasure. Well, hold on a second. I'm trying to think if that is, if that's familiar in regards to this character. My thought was, because we're in the main story though, and I know that we did like the raid series, which was the Omega raids. So my thought process went to like X-Death, or because I know that the Omega raids were like, here's some classic Final Fantasy guys, and that's where my thought went with his with the armor. So I don't. That's my assumption. I think maybe it's that, but then I'm like, in the main story, and not in the optional Omega raids. Yeah. So it's either, it might be him, it might be someone else. That's exciting nonetheless, but that's just where my thought process is. Yeah, as usual, the squad, they know not to answer my questions. They just let me theory craft, and they don't say anything, and I say that, and that's it, you know? That's why I voice my thoughts out loud so people know where I'm at. Maybe it has some base in reality. Maybe I'm really far off. And then we find out later. Sharing the wealth. Shall we begin? If we are to spend the treasure wisely, then we must first determine which groups would benefit most from monetary assistance. Some of my citizens may find it intimidating to speak with the Satrap directly, so I would ask you act in my stead. Omega, you are to visit Archiali and Yedlamat, speak with Matzia and his people, and listen to their grievances. Estinian, I bid you do the same at Palaka's stand. I will be conducting my own inquiries at the Giant Skull grounds. Once you believe you have ascertained the needs of the populace, we can reconvene at Megaduta. You got it, boss. A very cool little scene nonetheless. So we have elemental thrones which have voices. See, that's the funny part about something like this, right? We've had so many voiced cutscenes, and then a moment like that really kind of baffles me, because I'm like, why wouldn't that cutscene specifically be voiced? You know what I mean? I want to know what the Knight in Black sounds like, and I want to know what the thrones sound like. Like, what kind of voices do they have? I'm assuming that maybe there's certain decisions that go into, like, maybe they don't want to, like, reveal a voice yet. But I'm also like, I want to know what they sound like. Oh, Omega, I was so glad to see you had returned unharmed. You finished with the boat, then? Anything the village desperately needs? Well, I suppose Kalzau's loss hit us the hardest. I've been trying to find buyers for my fish, but although I sell a few here and there, it's so much more difficult than it was before. You do sell a few here and there. The world is right. Everyone's still struggling to rebuild their lives. For now, we're just banding together as best we can. Okay. Let me change. I'm gonna, like, change this for a sec as well. Now, it doesn't usually happen. I don't usually overlap on the enhancements and the enfeeblements, but in that dungeon it did, so I will split them up. Usually I just try and keep them a little bit close. Everything flies in this game if you're dedicated enough. Greetings and welcome, traveler. If this is your first visit to Thavnair, then you must try my special Amra Lassi. Its refreshing zest cannot be beat. What could such a wonder cost, you wonder? Normally I part with 3 bottles for the generous price of 19,800 gil, but for you I am willing to go as low as even 10,000. You'd be practically stealing from me. It's a good thing Estinian is not here. I am not Estinian. Exactly. Estinian, who is Estin? You're the one who was with that spear-toting fellow. Well, you can hardly blame a man for trying. The world may no longer be on fire, but we are still sifting through the ashes, so to speak. Sisters, spare me. We might as well have that ugly tower back for the scant few travelers we see these days. I myself barely have the coin to buy at local prices. I tell you, if I didn't charge the odd adventurer a small fortune for afternoon tea, I'd be scavenging for scraps in the street. I love where our head is at when we're like, I have a feeling that you're trying to scam me. And don't think I forgot. How fares the port? Well, it's in shambles, isn't it? Trade routes are open once more now that the danger is past, certainly. But no small number of merchants have had to sell their ships to make ends meet in the short term. Add that to the sailors we lost in the final days, and it's little wonder the flow of exports is no more than a pitiful trickle. If Kalzal and his consortium were still with us, I'm sure he'd have found a way to turn our fortunes around. Now that was a man who got things done, God's rest his soul. Report time. Well, yes, Ragnar, but that's because I was, busy. Busy. And I unlocked flying. It would seem my stint on Vitra's back did not go unnoticed. I couldn't take 2 steps before another Harnish local was thanking me profusely for saving their home. I mean, it was pretty flashy, buddy. My advisor's return. I've just made it back myself. Why do you retain this vessel now that your true form is known? You could have flown across the island in a fraction of time. Be that as it may, the sight of a massive creature descending from the sky can be startling to say the least, and there are few places I can enter comfortably without risk of flattening some cart or stall. Fair enough. As for my inquiries, the people of Palaka's stand were unanimous in their reply. They are surviving. Resources were stretched to the limit when refugees were pouring in, but they persevered with some assistance from Yedlamart. From what I understand, they have always been an independent community, hunters and foragers, and the like, and I was assured that the jungle provides for their needs, for the most part. Polika's stand has weathered the disaster better than most, it seems. I myself heard good news and bad. The quarrymen were cautiously optimistic, having just sold a full wagon of giant's gold to a foreign trader. But such visitors are few and far between. Compared to our best years, the weight of stone leaving Thavnair has been light indeed. Our nation is small and isolated, its prosperity dependent on a steady stream of exports. We must identify any obstacles to the flow of trade, so we may begin working to remove them. Tell me, what did you learn in Akyali and Yedlamad? I see. Without a dedicated buyer, the average fisherman must struggle to offload his daily catch. Which is why I believe we should first address the lack of ships and shortage of able-bodied sailors in Yedlamad. I am reminded of a child I spied as I made my way back to this palace. His father lost at sea when the beasts sunk their vessel. So many variations of the same tragic tale repeated over and over. So many lives lost. Enough grief to drown in if we let ourselves be overcome, but we will not. Omega, Estinian, I will consider the perspectives you've brought me, and devise a plan to help my people confront this adversity. Come, I would like you to be in attendance when I announce the proposal to my assembled functionaries. He's turned into a big dragon.
I thank you for your attendance. The riches the Radiant Host have retrieved were hoarded in Radz-at-Han's name. A fortune I set aside for a future day of need. And lo, that day hath come. May it aid our wounded city in reclaiming its vibrancy and vigor. In better times, I would leave such a task to our capable Ahawan. God's rest his soul. Finding myself bereft of his counsel in the here and now, I will assume the responsibilities of mine office directly. Firstly, the treasure shall be sold for more convenient currency. Thence, invested into the trading port of Yedlamad. Our merchants must have their operations restored, their ships rebuilt. Commerce must flow once more. None was spared the tragedy of the final days. Of this I am well aware. But an absence was created by the loss of Karazar's consortium. And by filling it, we provide new means for our fishermen, our artisans, and others to bring their wares to distant markets.
And what of the children who were left without family to care for them?
That is a concern which weigheth heavily upon my mind. The simple gift of coin will soon be exhausted, leaving these young souls adrift on the fringes of our society. Nay, a proper solution is needed, one which doth guarantee their welfare for years to come. Thou hast surely seen how other nations rise to meet this challenge, adventurer? What dost thou deem the wisest course?
Taxes. Like, what do you want to do? Taxes. Let's start talking about taxes, and we'll have a meeting with the treasury. And what does it takes a village?
We must all look out for one another. Let us put this idea into practice. A contract shall be written, requiring all who receive of Radz-at-Han's treasure to commit a portion of their future earnings towards the running of an orphanage. Now, such an influential policy is deserving of a worthy name.
You want me to do it? Why not honor one of your most successful merchants, or something with Kalzal seems appropriate. It is, yeah, Scribblers, you're right. It is funny when it's like, you go from treasure vault raiding, but like, I like that it has, like, there's a consequence to it. It's not like, there's a secret and we're gonna go and just, like, uncover it and see what happens. Because we don't know if there's, like, anything specifically tied to the vault, if there's any, you know, anything active about it. I like that it's connected into this sense of, yeah, there's a kind of it's our emergency funds. I think that's really fun. Instead of it just being like random, isolated, and abandoned treasure thing, and actually like sort of secret things that are not meant to be disturbed, which is in a world like this, in abundance.
A fitting candidate. Kalzal should be remembered, not as the blasphemy which terrorized Thavnair, but as a hard-working and generous man who brought much wealth to our shores. Do any among you object to this proposition? Many here lost loved ones to the beasts.
In that time of strife, any one of us could have broken. Any one of us may have been taken by despair. When I think of Kalzal, I feel no hatred. Only a stinging regret that we could not save him as well. Isn't that right, men?
This bodes well for that boy. Narad, was it? Perhaps he can cut ties with that shady peddler.
Then let it be done. Henceforth, this initiative shall be known as the Kalzal Foundation. Nabdeen, thou art to assemble a patrol and ensure that no child in this city liveth in squalor.
Let's go.
Clerks, see to the management of our funds and make haste. Our citizens must not suffer a day more than is necessary.
Dragon and man, side by side in pursuit of a brighter morrow. Reminded of Ishgard.
Heaven's Ward 2, let's go. Yeah. Awesome. Elias, thanks so much for joining. And yeah, definitely follow that tip in regards to the free trial. It's insane how many hours you have in that free trial now. Like the base game, 3 expansions up to level 80. It's just crazy because I'm in the expansion after that. And I've been playing this game, you know, on and off with a couple of years break in between. But I started playing in 2021. There was a couple years of a break in there. But even so, I've been playing for like, I don't know, 3-4 years over these streams. And obviously I've been playing not heavily because I do them on the live stream instead of like in my own time. Like I'd obviously be up to date by now if it was different. But free trial is absolutely the way to go, which is not what I did. I bought the game and I went, shit. I bought the game, which has probably worked out for the best anyway, because I can, you know, I'm not limited in any features, but I've been paying for the game the whole time. But the free trial is great. Vitra is warming to his role as satrap. Clearly all those years behind the curtain were not spent napping. It's great that we've pushed Vitra into being like, oh yeah, I guess all of this stuff we have in a treasure vault could probably make the lives of our people better instead of it just like sitting there gathering dust looking cool for nobody. It's a very good mentality. Hey, we're sitting on an abundance of wealth that we'll probably never touch and is not going to any good use. What if we improved the lives of each and everyone in this city instead? What a great idea. It's a shame that is not more of a widespread popular thought. Bridging the rift. The veteran Radiant wishes to share his gratitude. Why, dude, this patch is like, it just has, they selected the playlist of, hey, Soken, can you queue up all of the emotional Final Fantasy XIV songs and just run them through? Are you going to do this one as well? Thank you for putting forth Kalzal's name. Those whose lives he enriched will take comfort in seeing his legacy honored. You will forgive me for not speaking sooner, but I bear a message from Archon Y'shtola. She asks that you meet her at the High Crucible at your earliest convenience. Understood, thank you. Y'shtola must have finished her study of the Void Gate. Shall we hear what she has to say then? I will go with you. I thought the Satrap would be too busy setting up the foundation. My clerks have been the well-oiled cogs of this administration since before Arwan assumed the office. They understand what needs to be done. And I'm curious to learn what conclusions your Archon has reached concerning the gate's unique construction. As you wish. Allow me to lead the way, Your Excellency. High Crucible time. door doesn't open. For one who claims it is too late to save his sister, Vitra seems awfully interested in whatever revelations Ishtola might have to share. Shall we hear what your scholarly comrade has to say? Indeed.
Right, here we all are.
You discovered something new.
I took a closer look at that device. I was able to determine how it keeps the Void Gate sealed, but not how it might instead be employed to expand the opening. For that, I would need to reference the technique developed by Vitra's alchemists, no records of which appear to have survived the intervening years.
We know this, so why have you sent for us? Have you learned aught of value or not?
Patience, good sir. One must introduce the subject before launching into specifics. From what we understand, travel between worlds is accomplished by passing through the nebulous rift which exists between them. Picture, if you will, the moment you were called to the first. You touched a focus of some kind to help the Exarch pinpoint your location. His summoning spell then channeled the energies of the Crystal Tower to begin your journey to his world. The magics tore a hole in the wall separating source and shard, and cast you into the intervening nothingness. In that place, the laws of nature hold no sway. Yet even through this realm of temporal and spatial instability, you were borne safely to your destination in the first. The feat that guided you across such an unimaginable distance, both physical and metaphorical, was nothing short of a miracle.
Then what of the many voids sent found in the source? Who guides them here, and how?
An excellent question. Though there are several methods by which the Void's denizens might intrude upon our world, the rituals of summoning are the most typical. For example, let us consider the Gargoyle, a creature of middling power.
Education with Ishtola time.
To call upon such an entity, the prospective summoner must force open a void gate. The portal lasts but a moment and is relatively small, allowing only an imp or other lesser being to squeeze through with their physical body intact.
We are familiar.
Our more powerful gargoyle, however, is too large for that. Creating a gate big enough for him would require vast amounts of energy, far beyond the reserves of any one mortal practitioner.
Just casually looking at the void right now. He's like, I'm waiting for my gate to open.
Instead, 'tis far more common to bring over only the entity's soul. We had a taste of that ourselves when a certain exarch dragged us to the first. And just as our bodies remained in our world, the Void Sense physical form is left behind in the 13th. Once at its destination, the summoned soul is granted a temporary shell to inhabit. In the gargoyle's case, a stone effigy has proven a suitable vessel.
How cool is that for gargoyle lore? A stone shell for a monster's soul.
Wait. You said that Voidsent must be called here deliberately by someone in the source, reeled in like a fisherman with his catch.
Exactly. For a being to navigate the chaos of the rift, with or without form, there must needs be a guiding agent on the other side.
When the hordes poured forth from Alag's Great Gate, it was the technologists who drew them through. Though to my knowledge, planar fissures are in essence natural passages between our world and the void, which require no such guidance to traverse. Why is only the boundary between the source and the 13th so fragile? So much so that it often tears open of its own accord.
I believe solving that mystery is key to understanding travel between the source and its reflections.
And how do you intend to get your answers?
No. The danger is too great.
Perhaps. But what some call danger, others think of as adventure.
Exactly.
Were you not listening to my tale? Never mind that the means to expand the gate has been lost to the ages. Even could you force the portal wide enough, you would be greeted by an army of murderous horrors the very instant you step through.
I assure you I was most attentive. And I agree that to go alone would be certain death. But if I were to bring along one who has already braved the 13th and humbled the cloud of darkness, well, I imagine my chances would be much improved.
So much for taking it easy.
Since when were you one for the quiet life? Once again, I put my life in your ever-reliable hands.
And then we hug.
That said, as much as I would like to march straight back to the Void Gate, there is the small matter of being unable to open it without the Satrap's personal authority.
Estrola's so funny. Isn't she so funny?
As I've said before, I will grant you and yours any boon you choose to name, provided it does not endanger my people.
You have my word that we will take every precaution. Not a single Voidsent will be allowed to threaten Radz-at-Han, assuming we manage to expand the portal in the first place.
You have a plan.
Actually, I had hoped you might help us with that. I presume the alchemists you retained supplied you with some explanation of their methodology.
That they did. House Daymir was overseeing the project.
Daymir. Ah, yes. The family associated with the great work.
I did not fully comprehend the theory, but their research began with a void scent which had slipped through the fissure. After a thorough examination, they created an arcane simulacrum possessed of similar qualities. A man-made void scent, if you will. It was apparently indispensable in their efforts to enlarge the gate.
A man-made void scent?
Yes. Being great admirers of the Archons, House Daymir submitted detailed notes to Charlene's official committee. They expected praise and accolades for their simulacrum, and were thus devastated to be informed that their work had been classified as prohibited material.
If that's true, then those notes might still be stored in a forbidden archive somewhere. Not Google, of course, since that library had yet to be built. Which leaves us with...
the restricted section of Numenon, with Graha's favorite place to sneak around.
Indeed. Numenon's restricted stacks may very well hold a copy. In which case, I say we head directly to Charlene.
To the Forbidden Archives once more.
Unless you anticipate needing help to reach the high shelf. See myself being of little use. Go on ahead. I still need to find Mirad and tell him about the Kalzal Foundation.
Alright, see you later.
Let us be on our way as well.
He doesn't hang around long for the proper goodbyes.
They are resolved to venture into the void. Do I sit idly by?
Let's just make the void gate wide enough for a dragon to go in. You can go and find your friend. 5,000 years too late. Lost in thought. Exciting. Time to go check out the library, the restricted section. If we're to enter Numenon's restricted archives with a minimum of fuss, then we must secure the permission of the Forum. First, however, we shall need to enlist the cooperation of a member to broach the matter on our behalf. Who do you think might be inclined to assist us? No one springs to mind? What of Scholark Monteshane? He did come to Graha's defense during the inquiry, after all. 'Tis settled. Let us head to Phenomenon and see if he's willing to help us once more. Aha! Do we have any, over here? Any optional dialogue moments? Looks like it's just the one down this way. Babe, why haven't you replied to my texts? I haven't heard from you all day. Me Still trying to figure out how to spell gorgeous. Talk. If I was pressed to name our allies in the forum, Skolok Munchashane would certainly be at the top of the list. I apprenticed to Master Matoya at the age of 7 and laboured under her tutelage for a full decade. I never had the chance to attend the studium. Neither did Thankered, as I recall. Soon after Master Louis Soir took him in off the streets, he was put in care of another Archon. His was a rigorous and practical education in the arts of espionage and survival. I sometimes wonder what my life might have been like had I pursued studies here instead. Should I wonder as well? Tea at the last stand after a day of lectures. Yeah, Thancred was raised for his solo sneaking missions. Oh, that does sound lovely. Afternoons with friends spent sipping tea and debating theories. Still, I wouldn't give up my time with Master Matoya for the world. The dark cave I studied in was about as far from the bright, airy halls of academia as one could get, but it was a wondrous, magical childhood nonetheless. I'm glad you appreciated it, Cast. It's so hard to tell a joke on a stream because there is no laughter to be heard. There is absolutely zero reassurance that you even did anything funny. And you just have to be like, okay. Tough crowd. You just have to believe in yourself when you tell a joke on stream. No laughter to confirm that it was good. Visitors, and quite esteemed ones at that. What might I do for you? Pray forgive the intrusion, Skolok, but we were hoping you might help us secure permission to enter Numenon's restricted archives. Oh, no furtive forays into the stacks this time, eh? I applaud this newfound sense of proprietary. Yet in all this wide world of comparative serenity, what so compels you to disturb a vault of forbidden wisdom? Fucking void gates and dragons. Fascinating. I had no idea such a technique existed. I would have been surprised if you had. If my assumption is correct, the research left behind by House Daemir has lain dormant in Charlane's archives for many centuries. And if you unearth this research, what then? Surely you don't intend to cross over into the void? That is, in fact, precisely what we intend. To what end, pray tell? To develop a method of traversing the rift, for one, that I might keep my word to a distant friend. If we actually get to a point where the Scions are able to freely return to the First, that would be so sick. Sentiment aside, I have journeyed to the end of existence. I have heard, felt, and thought endlessly about the truth of our world and the echo of its future, and yet I want to understand everything, to unravel it all down to its very last secret. What scholar worthy of the name wouldn't force open a void gate or two if grand revelation was the promised reward? Marvelous! An audacious proposal worthy of Master Matoya herself. And after hearing the whys and the wherefores, I, for one, do not believe you would use the knowledge for ill. I see no reason to present your request to the forum's consideration. Although, your petition would be better received if you also had the support of another well-placed acquaintance. Why, Master Fortuneau, of course. He can hardly ignore an earnest request from his dear children's most treasured comrades. He has had a bit of a change of heart, right? He's a bit better now? I was hesitant to approach him directly, but there was no denying that having Master Fortuneau on our side would tip the balance in our favor. Very well. We will pay a visit to the Leveilleur estate and plead our case. One last thing before you go. I would consider it a personal favor if you might share with me the discoveries you make in the void. My appetite for knowledge is every bit as insatiable as yours, I'd wager, so if you could see your way to indulging an old man's curiosity. Of course, Skolak. We'll be sure to pass on any revelations. Okay. Now, is a mission in Mordona Kryl? Because Kryl said she was like, come back here, I need help with something. Is that Kryl's thing? The Forum can be a cantankerous beast. One needs a persuasive voice to get it moving in the desired direction. My assumption is that Kryl's, hey, help me out with this thing, if it's a blue quest, is that the raid? I wonder if Alphino and Alice are visiting home today. That's the Alliance. Okay. Okay, so Alliance is like the point 1 thing, and then does the other raid start at point 2? And then they like take turns? Normal raid is the... Oh, this... Okay. They're both next to each other. Hey, what's that? What's that in there? What's that in there? Oh, I'm excited. This will be my first time doing an Alliance raid. Maybe alongside... Yeah, like it's my first time doing an Alliance raid alongside the patch content instead of going back and figuring it all out. The Crystal Tower doesn't count. Okay, so normal raid first, then Alliance, and then they take turns. Makes sense. Dawn, would you really have me rush a walk with my wife through the city on a beautiful sunset? Actually, a beautiful sunrise? Would you have me rush that? Early morning stroll with the missus. Master Omega, Mistress Ishtola. How may I be of service? We've come to speak with Master Fortuneau. Is he home by any chance? Yes, the Master is in residence. I shall inform him that he has guests. Well. Ameliance would invite you inside for tea, but I assume this is not a social visit. You have some matter of import to discuss? Then pray proceed. You have my full attention. Dragons, Void Gate, forbidden knowledge. Well, I suppose I should praise you for following the proper protocols this time around. Scholar Montashanus expressed much the same sentiment. I assure you will not attempt to circumvent the Forum's authority again, unless it is absolutely necessary, of course. Of course. You do understand that the restricted archives are restricted for good reason, yes? If no pressing need exists, then why risk the consequences of employing this forbidden knowledge? For a brother who misses his sister, she was his guardian and his friend, a selfless hero who crossed the rift between worlds to save her homeland from horror and suffering. But the brother has given up thoughts of reunion. He spends his efforts elsewhere, watching over a people yet healing from the flames of the final days, loyal to his duty while betraying the longing in his heart. 'Tis no vital mission perhaps, reuniting these siblings, but it feels a worthy cause to pursue all the same. As one who feared losing his own loved ones and spent years in research to prevent it, surely you appreciate how painful such a separation must be. Reflections are still very much a mystery to us. Offering to share your experiences in the first should constitute a fair exchange for our cooperation. Do not celebrate just yet. The Forum must still be convinced. I will add your request to the list of today's deliberations and deliver the decision to you at the Baldashian Annex. Oh boy, well I hope they say yes. Otherwise we're gonna have to, I don't know, break the rules. That is funny though. To today's deliberations. So, what did the Forum decide? To put it bluntly, Master Matoya has burned some bridges here in Charlayan and salted the earth for good measure. When it became clear that her student was the petitioner in question, well, no few members voiced their discontent. Then the Chamber was reminded, in no uncertain terms I might add, of the incredible debt we owe to you and your companions. After that, they quickly shut the fuck up. That served to silence the grumbles and stiffen a few spines, and it was agreed that allowing you entry into the archives was the least we could do in return. That is wonderful news. Thank you both for speaking on our behalf. Yes, well, as I am sure you are aware, this permission was not extended lightly. Forbidden knowledge is to be treated with the utmost caution, and there will be repercussions if it is not. I wish you well in your endeavor, and I bid you good day. Let me tell you the craziest thing about patch 6.1 is the first Leveor that we meet up with and have a conversation with is not the twins. The fact that I haven't even seen the twins marks a remarkable shift in Final Fantasy XIV storytelling, because they are always the first ones. Alphino is always there first. They're taking this seriously. They're giving them a break. Ever the same, that one. Uncompromising, aye, but that very stoicism is exactly what Charlayan needed to guide it through not one, but two exoduses. Very good. If I were but 5 years younger, I'd cast aside my lectern and join you on your adventures in a heartbeat. That went rather well, I think. As a child, I dreamed up any number of schemes for getting my hands on those forbidden tomes, and now I can simply walk in through the door. Our focus will be on finding House Damir's research notes, of course, but the thought of so much knowledge at my disposal has me feeling a little giddy. Restricted reading. Monteshane is waiting. You'll be heading directly to the archives from here, I presume. You presume correctly. Then you'll want to speak with the index page when you arrive. It's been instructed to grant you access to the restricted section. Excellent. Once again, we thank you for all your help. Oh, it was my pleasure. Believe me, there you'll find the knowledge you seek. Shall we? Indeed we shall. Just trying to think about the future in regards to raid content. Do we want to like take it one thing at a time where we'll like do patch 6.1 today, start with the first part of the raid next time, and then go back to like patch content? Like, do we want to juggle it, or do we want to just do a bunch of raid episodes? I'm assuming that it will be like the thing where maybe some story content in the patches should get done first. I don't know, because I think that happened once before, right? Like, it was like doing a certain raid after a certain point, even though they're not always directly associated with the story. It's either like we do all like the raids in one go, or we just kind of like hyper focus completing the raid or the Alliance raid, because we did like Heavensward Alliance in one episode, but sometimes they might be a bit longer. Whatever's like best for pacing, I suppose. Like next episode, next stream that we do could be the start of a raid. It's just whether or not we like continue to do them or not. Because it's always the funny part, like when you obviously finish one part of the raid and then you go and talk to them again, and then they're like, ah, it's good to see you again. Since the 2 seconds ago. So I know there's a little bit of a immersion break when you're catching up like I am. To think the set of instructions I laughingly imagined may actually exist but yards away from where you found me napping. If I had known of Alzadal III's exploits sooner, I could have well saved myself days of research. Even a children's book might have pointed me in the right direction. To achieve the impossible, one must needs be flexible of mind and look beyond conventional wisdom, a lesson I had already learned but clearly not taken to heart. Yeah, that's right. Shadowbringers was involved with stuff. Yes. I think we might do the thing where we break it up, and this will be like the first time that we do that, I think. So, like, next episode, we'll do the first normal raid, because that starts at like 0. Then, after that, we'll do the Alliance raid part 1 with patch 0.1. Then go into patch 6.2. Then do the raid again. Then do 6.3. Then do the Alliance raid 0.3. Patch 6.4. Raid 0.4. Patch 5. 6.5, and then do the Alliance raid for 0.5. That might be what we do. Just kind of like work our way through them as they came out. And yeah, that'll be my first time doing that, which is pretty cool. We'll actually feel it when a character says, ah, you again. I'm like, yeah, it's been more than 2 seconds. Archon, Ishtola, and guest identified. Do you wish to proceed into the restricted archives? Follow me if you would. Watch your step. And please note that the use of naked flames is discouraged. Oh my god, piano. Imagine not being a huge Ishtola fan. I don't know. It just couldn't be me. Just couldn't be me.
If House Damir's notes are to be found anywhere, it will be here. Let us begin.
Those fucking bookshelf pillars here. Like, hey, can I get that one up there? Do these rotate? You go to spin one and the books all fall off. Library music go crazy. So many books I've yet to read. Yes, yes, we are here for one specific volume, you needn't remind me. An untitled journal, a weighty tome, a leather-bound log. Okay. Today, in a world not my own, I met the most beautiful void-born creature. She was so unlike her ravenous brethren, eyes blazing not with hunger but trembling, like a candle's flame, threatening to flicker out at any moment. I wonder if she is even the proper word. Such distinctions seem inconsequential, insignificant even. All that matters is the love I feel for this exquisite, transcendent being. A goldsmith that fell in love with the void scent. Though you attempted to read more, this does not seem to be the volume we are seeking. Why is that forbidden? In the year 1564 of the 6th astral era, the Amalja summoned Ifrit, their patron god. Accounts describe the being as a gigantic lizard-like being with a potent command of fire-aspected magics. If we consider that primal summoning is an act fueled by faith and prayer, it is unsurprising, if not expected, that the resulting deiform entity should manifest the appearance and powers with which it is attributed by its worshippers. What then might emerge from the ether should one who believes in an almighty omniscience attempt the same ritual? Would the scholar himself grace us with his presence, some other embodiment of divine sagacity? Sagacity? That's a great theory to posit. They're like, if Ifrit takes on the form of its worshippers, depending on, you know, when and where and who, could this man-made god truly be all-knowing? And if it were, whence could such knowledge arise? I myself have many questions concerning the nature of the ancient world. With no spell to transport me back to the days of old, could I instead summon a being possessed of encyclopedic wisdom of every age? Yet with no means to verify its pronouncements, how could one be certain they were true? Though your mind spins with the possibilities, this does not seem to be the volume you are seeking. Yes, I summon Emmet Selk. Yes, bring him back. The following pages detail an advanced method of manipulating rift-spanning adventures devised by Newfound, the 9th patriarch of House Damir. Garbage. Throw that away. We present these research notes to the faculty of Charlayan's Studium as both a token of our friendship and an expression of our boundless admiration. They were so polite about it. You appear to have located the forbidden volume. They were so polite. And they were like, fuck you. That's going into the forbidden library. Revan. I summon Emmet Selk in face-down, arse-up position. Huh? Have something you'd like to show me, do you? My apologies. Flipped open but a single book and was completely absorbed by the contents. Epiphanies of House Damir. Well done, Omega. I think you may have found our prize.
Yes, the ether signature is unmistakable. I've felt the traces of House Damir's resonance many times at the Great Work. Time to see what all the fuss was about.
Reading music intensifies. Whoa! We've seen those.
Among the ranks of the Void Sent, there exist entities with the power to call forth their brethren from beyond. The species known as Atomos, however, is uniquely prodigious in this regard.
We've seen these guys. Okay, so this was in, you know, the Amdapor Keep stuff that we've done with the bosses. And he was like throwing the shit in the mouth, and then it would come out and attack us in the other direction. That's pretty cool. Gabgano, the problem is you're not specific enough. You've said you summon Apocalypse with hair. But the monkey paw curls, and what you end up with is a Apocalypse that's still bald but has the Amazon rainforest housed within his cheeks. Do you understand? You've summoned him with the wrong kind of hair. You've got to be very specific. I have hair right here.
From its distended maw, it can expel an endless procession of void-born creatures. A talent which sorely tested the Radiant host in its battles against these abominations. Surmising that the entity itself was acting as a void gate, we endeavored to capture a small specimen and subsequently examine its physiological structure.
That's crazy.
Our findings revealed that the Atomos had absorbed a planar fissure into its own flesh, which it could expand at will into a functioning gate. Upon further analysis, we identified an ethereal wave pattern emitted during this process. A pattern we were able to emulate by passing crystal-stored ether through a specially designed prism. We proceeded to embed said prism into an arcane simulacrum, thus completing what we have dubbed our artificial Atomos.
That's crazy. So they literally made their own.
How could I have been so blind to the possibilities? This species, not to mention its ability to summon Void Sent, has been discussed among academics for years now. Just before the advent of the 7th Umbral Calamity, we received reports of Atomos sightings from every corner of Eorzea. Surely you've at least heard the tales. And still, House Daimir went and built a mock Atomos of their very own. I'm not surprised the Archons consigned their work to a restricted archive. It was no easy task, but at last we've unearthed the volume we've been searching for. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to stay longer. See what other forbidden titles might be lurking on these shelves. Ah, but that would be abusing the very special privilege we've been granted now, wouldn't it? Better not.
I love that Ishtola is like, I literally have to stop myself. I have to stop myself. There's too much knowledge in there. Eorzea has been added to the Unending Codex. It's crazy that Mobius doesn't think I have back hair. Don't you understand it takes significant strength to not have hair on the top of my head because I'm just so weighed down by all of the hair everywhere else? The hairiest men alive are the ones with no hair on their head. It's a curse. I accidentally, as a child, I touched the orb of being super hairy with no hair on my head. My parents didn't warn me not to touch that orb, and now I suffer the consequences. As much as I would love to start crafting the Atomos, I'm afraid this is far outside my field of expertise. Fortunately, we know a Harnish alchemist who would be delighted to involve herself in our House Daemir project. Our business here is concluded for the moment. Please pass on our regards to the Forum. Your message will be conveyed. Should you wish to indulge in more forbidden literature, I will be here. Patron mode disabled. Security mode engaged. If anyone can help us, Nidhana can. I say we return to Thavnair and look for her in the Great Work. You said I could peruse more forbidden knowledge? Congratulations on locating the object of your search. Please move along. Hey, no, give me some books. A cauldron full of hair. As a baby, I was covered in honey and dipped in a cauldron full of hair with only my head floating above the liquid surface. The liquid hair, of course. There was a plunger on the head, so, you know, that makes sure that the hair doesn't grow on the top and you get dunked in. And now look at what you've done, Mobius. You're scaring Pearl Zoo off. All these sallow, sleep-deprived faces, but their eyes still burn with fiery zeal. Some things never change. Thanks for joining, Pearl. We'll catch you later. Ishtola tells me you are pursuing a most fascinating study, and that you want me to be a part of it. I have no doubt you will be interested. This research log should speak for itself. Athena held him by the head and dipped him in the river of hair. And so, Mapokalops, bathed in the river of hair in servitude to Athena, ran away and sought out Ares. Ares! Give me hair on my head, and my life will be yours! Mapokalops sought out Ares, the god of hair. Will it now? By the sisters, this is the mark of House Daemir. I never even knew such a work existed. Few should. It was sequestered in Numenon's restricted archives, after all. It was, but that means every word within it is forbidden knowledge. A forbidden tome filled with forbidden research, and you put it right into my unsuspecting hand? I can hardly wait to read it. We're being super responsible and spreading around forbidden knowledge. To think the Daemir were developing such marvelous techniques so long ago. How many innovations have been lost over the centuries, I wonder? Now that you've glanced over the notes, what say you to helping us build a new mock Atomos? I say yes, 1,000 times yes. Work on a Daemir project that had even the redoubtable scholars of Charlayan trembling in their sandals? No alchemist of the great work could resist. You are a woman after my own heart. Oh, I suppose I should ask, what do you mean to do with this big-mouthed simulacrum once we've built it? So there's a secret void gate, and it's sealed in the ruins at the bottom of the bounty. Today is a day of revelations indeed. Yeah, we're just telling all of the secrets. So we'll take that void gate, put it inside a makeshift Atomos, and say, okay, open wide, and then we go in, we go find a dragon, and then we go, hey, can this thing go to the first? Damn. Easy. If the purpose of our man-made Atomos is to expand this hidden portal, then I will need to see it for myself, I think. Manipulating rift-spanning apertures is not the sort of thing you want to attempt without first taking into account every single factor. Then by all means, accompany us to the vault. I plan to lead us back there shortly, once we've finished gathering the components I require. Are we allowed to go in there again, and without being attacked by constructs? Charlene's markets provided the raw aquamarine and pure water crystals, but I might need help obtaining a small quantity of astrally infused water. For such a liquid, you will need go no further than the font of Maya. The ascetics of old once favored the place for their meditations, and the water which pools there now is known to enliven the flow of ether. That sounds perfect. If you would be so kind as to fill a flask at the pool, I will petition Vitra to join us. The idea I have in mind won't amount to much without his authority to command the Void Gate. Shall we be about it then? We meet back here anon. I know that we have permission to do it, so it's good that we'll bring him along. They're like, we have to go back in the dungeon again. In before Harry's. The god of hair, Harry's. How did he get the job, I wonder? Anastinian has decided to show with Rasham. The boy Murad was glad to hear the news of the Foundation. It means a new life for him and his sister. Archonish Tola requested that I join you, but of her plans, she offered scant detail. Oh, buddy, you might not like it. Oh, I forgot to mention, the Font of Maya attracts aggressive wildlife. You should watch out for them. When you go there next time, I did it with perfect stealth. Do you have that flask for me? Yes, ma'am. Yes, this should suffice. Thank you, Omega. Void theory with accessories. Look who I came across. Astinian seemed in need of diversion, and we in turn may have need of his lance. Right then, now that our little party is assembled, let us make our way to the ruins. Will we have need of Matzia's boat again? Not this time. Once Ishtola informed me of our destination, I arranged for a vessel to be made ready at Akiali. Your Excellency is ever the gracious host, shall we? I literally can't even have mount music on when we ride on this motorcycle because it plays the Final Fantasy VII Remake version of the motorcycle music, and Final Fantasy VII is a automated copyright hellscape. They're not real copyright claims, mind you, it's just those lovely companies that just automatically claim them. But Final Fantasy XIV does not suffer the same fate. Onto the boat, if you please. 'Tis likely not needed with Vitra along, but I held onto the map against the chance we might return to the ruins. The ship is yours to command. Now thanks, we set sail at once. Oh, this is so exciting. Alzadal's legacy, to see the truth of a legend with mine own eyes. All aboard for the treasure vault. To the Weaver's warding. I thought we cleared this place of constructs the last time we came through. It would seem a few stragglers remained. Didn't they replace them? Yeah. He laid waste to them ere I could utter a single word. It literally replaced them. And Estinian's like, more constructs to kill. Poor Vitra, he really should have spoken with Estinian before we left. I shudder to think what we've cost them in terms of construct materials. I think one of the best things is that I decided to make sure I checked in with a lot of the NPCs with their dialogue so much, because there's so many just optional bits of dialogue that you just miss. All of that fucking side content. It's so funny. So I'm glad. I don't know when I started making a big effort to talk to all of the NPCs around the quest markers. I don't know. Probably during Stormblood, I think. And it's been definitely worth it to get their thoughts. Otherwise, you'd never know.
The ruins alone were impressive enough, but I never dreamed such a treasure lay hidden in the depths of the bounty. It may have been helpful to know this device existed, Your Excellency.
My apologies. The gate was a secret I shared with none but my closest advisors. I feared for what might happen should those with ill intentions learn of its existence.
What is it you're doing now?
There's something I wish to verify. The NOAA reports claim that a short stint into the void carries little risk of etheric imbalance. Should one suffer an injury, however, or if one's expedition drags on longer than intended, that risk becomes significantly greater. Gra has theorized that a warding scale would confer protection from the void's corrupting influence. But I would prefer to test that hypothesis before we set foot in the 13th ourselves.
So, this is an experiment of sorts?
Yes, an experiment. Tell me, how would you go about testing the efficacy of the warding scale?
Say nothing and look meaningfully at Astidian. Oh, so far, every single dialogue option that has just involved being a nuisance to my friends whenever they're mentioned has, it's just too appealing.
What? Why are you looking at me like that? Surely you'd not expect me to wriggle through that tiny portal.
We needn't attempt anything so drastic. A small familiar should serve well enough. Now, a lowly imp can navigate a fissure, no matter how narrow. Which means an arcane entity of similar stature should be able to manage the same. I hadn't wanted it to come to this, but no other familiars will do, I'm afraid.
I mislike the sound of that. What manner of fiend does she mean to summon?
From ocean rise and cloudbank form, from mountain spring and rainfall storm, from river flow and life be born.
Oh my god, this is so extra.
Water, water, froth and foam!
Okay. Alright.
Ready your arms. I fear she's been possessed.
Oh, come now. That was adorable.
It was a little.
Though not my first choice. These familiars I conceived of as a child have the best chance of fitting through the gate.
Oh.
I only wish my younger self had considered a more dignified ending to the creation ritual.
Adorable.
In any case, these two should serve as well. This one will bear a warding scale. And when they return from the 13th, we can observe how the talisman, or absence thereof, has affected the progress of the Void's corruption. If I could impose upon you to open the gate. Your Excellency?
He's still stunned.
Yes, of course.
We should also be wary of void scent slipping through while we conduct our experiment. Estinian, you are to keep Nadana safe from harm.
As you say.
You had best be on your guard as well.
Froth and foam.
Oh, are you volunteering to join the Nixies? I could shrink you down, you know. Let us begin, shall we?
She won't kill me. We have too much of we have too much banter. She'd miss me too much.
Nixies, into the void.
Sending the most purest and innocent creatures into the void itself. It's that music, dude. Okay. Ugh. An interesting summon. We need to wait for a time to ensure a meaningful result. Be patient and keep watch for any intruders. Every time I come here, it reminds me of that dark portal above the Crystal Tower and the final lash of Azdaya's tail as she plunged into the void. Sister, save me. I will never see Y'shtola the same way again. Froth and foam indeed. I struggle to picture Y'shtola as a little girl. Easier to believe she sprang fully formed from one of Master Matoya's cauldrons. No. Hermes, he does the right idea. Construct a whole thing and then just let it loose.
I think we've waited long enough. Nixies, return to my side.
One definitely looks pretty fucked up.
Thank you, little one. You did well.
Oh, the poor thing. Its essence has been irrevocably warped.
We're out of time. I must reseal the void gate.
Uh-oh.
They're coming through!
In the name of Alzadal III, I bar this door unto the void.
Well, that was a sharp lesson in the dangers of void gates.
And what of our experiment? I'd say the results speak for themselves.
The unprotected Nixie has suffered extensive etheric corruption. As Nidana observed, it's well on its way to becoming a void scent. The one merged with the talisman, however, appears unaffected. I sense no changes to its equilibrium. Rest now, little ones.
Graha's theory was correct, then.
So it would seem. But while our second familiar was untouched by void energies, the talisman itself shows signs of degradation. It was, of course, originally designed to shield the soul from primal tempering. It stands to reason that etheric corruption of a different sort would affect it differently. We may need to modify the warding scale's design to account for the 13th's uniquely unstable ether.
You've said much of the Void's instability, but my imagination fails me. What manner of place is this broken world?
Ah, my apologies. I forget that not all of us spend our days sequestered in dusty archives. The 13th is a reflection of the source that was drowned in a flood of darkness. In Emmett Selk's own words, this tragedy was a result of the Ascians' attempts to force a rejoining. They erred in their haste, and made of that world a useless void. You remember Unakalhai, the unusual child we met during our troubles with the Warring Triad. He explained the fate of the 13th thus. The champions of that ill-fated world used the stone known as Auracite to contain the power of primals. But those self-same heroes were gradually corrupted by the Auracite's bleeding energies, transforming into fiends with an endless hunger for ether. By the time anyone thought to oppose them, Light's strength had grown too feeble, and the balance of the 13th tipped into eternal darkness. And what of your own experience? Will you tell us of what you observed during Noah's expedition? I can picture it now. The sunless, Stygian expanse, infested with legions of ether-starved monstrosities. A void in every sense of the word.
What you have described in such lurid detail is exactly why I hesitate to encourage you.
Worry not, great Vritra. Our journey into the 13th is but the first leg of a longer voyage. A voyage that shall lead us to other reflections, to new mysteries and discoveries. And I mean to be there every step of the way. But first I must focus on refining the warding talisman.
Then I can begin work on constructing an artificial Atomos. Or I could, if I had the relevant manuals to hand. Might I be so bold as to request access to the Satrap's family archives? Your Excellency?
Oh, yes. That can be arranged. I will speak to my officials upon our return.
We will see you back in the city then.
He's getting distracted. Lost in thought, this one. Estinian is clocked onto it. Fending, slaying, aiming, healing, casting. I think I might already have stuff that's above the level anyway. Maybe I should have got it for healing. Yeah, I'm already at 660. So it's that's kind of a pointless one. I should have got healing. I mean, it can go for a lot of other... It can go for a lot of other jobs, I suppose. In 10 years' time, when I pick up Gunbreaker. Seeing the Void's terrors firsthand was an experience, but I doubt fear of such creatures is at the root of Vitra's hesitation. A Satrap's duty. There's this one, we have the question mark. Ishtola ponders the next stage of your preparations to enter the Void. Once Didhana succeeds in replicating the mock Atomos, this door into the 13th will be ours to open. Will you be crossing the threshold alongside us? I realize this is more my endeavor than yours. To be honest, I have no interest in visiting the Void myself. Might we discuss this later? There is something I must do first. I gotta go talk to my best dragon friend about what ails him. Why Why does everyone insist on being so secretive? I at least had a good reason for not wanting to explain my Nixie ritual. Shall we proceed with our other preparations then? As we saw, the warding scale can be effective in protecting the bearer from other sources of aetheric corruption. Nevertheless, the talisman's durability will need to be improved if it is to withstand the void's influence for a prolonged length of time. And I think that is a problem we can address without involving the brilliant but busy alchemists who created it. Who we do know who excels at this kind of... Who do we know who excels at this kind of structural augmentation? Garland Ironworks. Yes, let's go to the Alligans. Are we hitting up Sid again? An excellent suggestion. As I recall, Sid himself is no stranger to the void and its volatile energies. With his experienced hand at the helm, I have every confidence that the Ironworks can strengthen the warding scale. Come, let us visit their operation in Ralga's Reach and commission their best and brightest. Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse. Maybe Lise is hanging around. The automatic travel to Ralga's Reach. How kind. Perhaps this young man can locate Sid for us. Omega, what brings you to the Ironworks? We have a commission for you and your president, actually, assuming he's available. Master Sid, certainly. I'll see if he has a moment free. I'm pretty sure I should have Sid's number on my link pearl, but that's fine. We love to do middlemanning in this game. Pleasure as always. I hear you have a job for us. Void gates and fucking dragons and stuff. Heading into the void to find a lost dragon. That does sound almost pedestrian compared to your last adventure. Honestly, I don't know if you could say anything that would surprise me after Meteon and that bloody mess. Alright, let's take a look at this talisman of yours. You said there were signs of degradation. Seems some manner of corrosion has set in around a scratch on its surface, much as the void's corruption seeped into Nero through his wounds, in which case our best bet may be to simply prevent the scale from being damaged in the first place. And how might we achieve that? We have a coating agent for strengthening trinkets and the like, but I'd be wary of applying any compound, which might upset the scale's delicate alchemical balance. Far safer to dress it in armor. Put the scale in a box, coat the box in oil. Done. We'll construct a protective casing, one utilizing metal alloys with high ethereal conductivity, so as to not impede the talisman's primary function. Whoa, you're so smart. A suit of armor, as you said. Sometimes I have to click multiple times to get the speech bubble to go to the next thing. I don't know why. It's happened a few times recently. There's just like an unresponsiveness. Nero has compiled data on the 13th, so I'll have him pitch in with the design just to be sure. If only it weren't such an ordeal to convince him to follow our safety protocols. I swear, I've never had such a reckless employee. In any case, we may need some time to untangle the particulars. Understandable. We know how busy your schedule is, and the final result will doubtless be worth the wait. Ha! The hard part will be ducking Jesse and her constant barrage of demands while we sneak about doing the fun stuff. We'll see what we can do. Alex, welcome in. Thanks for joining the stream. Doing very well. We're having a good day today. I think we can leave the rest in Sid's capable hands. Let's return to the great work and see how Nidhada is getting on with the mock Atomos. I hope Nidhana has good news for us.
Ah, hey, Stola. The adjustments are going well, I hope?
'Tis a lengthy process, but the end is in sight, yes.
That's wonderful news. I myself had some good fortune searching through the Satrap's private records. What I found was a transaction log dated around the same period as when Al-Zadal's legacy was built. It included a purchase list of highly exclusive alchemical components, and I knew I'd discovered the key to making the artificial atomos. I then visited the High Crucible to commission the materials. After I'd explained my requirements, I was beset by volunteers insisting I allow them to help with the entire project.
The usual reaction to someone forcing open a void gate is to run for the hills. Harnish academics certainly are a different breed.
The alchemists of old were cut from a similar cloth. The unknown held no fear for them. Indeed, they were ever eager to seek new knowledge, regardless of the danger.
And were you not also fearless, heedless even, in your determination?
My sire entered his dormancy before I was hatched. And so it was Ashdaya who kept my eggs safe and warm. It created a bond between us. Even long after I learned to fend for myself, I rarely strayed from her side. She was my guardian, my sister, my dear companion. And not a single day passes that I do not mourn her absence. No matter how deep the darkness, I would not surrender my search. I promised myself the time would come when we would once more take to the skies together. But I am satrap now.
The Radiant Host is here to serve, Your Excellency.
Nabdeen, what is this about?
Sir Estinian told us of your predicament. For centuries you have protected Radz-at-Han, never showing your true self, hiding behind a curtain and living only in service to the people. Your dedication meant more to us than your deceit, and so did we accept you as our rightful ruler. After all that you have sacrificed for this nation, did you imagine we would begrudge you your heart's desire?
We survived the final days. We are a strong and proud people. We, the Radiant Host, will keep Thavnair safe in your absence.
I am grateful for your loyalty and for your encouragement. And yet...
Now you listen to me, Varshan!
You are wearing that face, after all. As I have told you before, you are a little brother to us all. And if you are family, then so too is your sister. We are there for you if you need us. But do not ask us to sit by and watch while you abandon a sibling you have ached to rescue for millennia.
We will succeed in opening the way. It is only a matter of time. All you need do is prepare to step through to the other side.
So good.
Your Excellency, I wanted to thank you for building the orphanage. It means so much that my sister and I will have a place to be together, safe and happy. And I hope that you and your sister can be together again too.
That's a great way to tie it all together. From this kid and his sister to the satrap and his. To protect them well, you must take heart.
Take heart and protect them well. Such were the words I once said to you. And here I stand, failing to live up to them. If my heart is torn, I am fit to protect neither Azdaja nor Radz-at-Han. My people, I have come to a decision. Vashan will depart Thavnair for a time. My dragon self will remain in the palace, but only to conduct the satrap's most essential duties. While I am focused on controlling this vessel, there may be matters that escape my attention. I rely on you, my trusted friends, to watch over one another until I return.
Take care and fair fortune, little brother. Many tears would be shed should you come to harm.
I would not dare make you cry.
It's such a good scene. He's like, Vashan, shut the fuck up. We're helping you. I will find Azdaja. You surprise me, Estinian. For a lone wolf, you've shown an unusual degree of, shall we say, involvement in helping Vitra reach this conclusion. 'Twas for the greater good. The worm's thundering sighs were keeping its citizens awake at night. And had travelers believing the palace wrecked by some unnatural storm. Every 5 minutes, just, What of your own answer, then? You seem disinclined to venture into the void. When I was one with Nidhogg, his vengeful thoughts were my thoughts, his endless rage my rage, and the soul-chilling grief he nursed for Ratatoski's death. I would not wish for such agony upon a foe, let alone a friend, an ally. If there is a chance we can spare Vitra that pain, then I will follow you. Any other former scions we should call on? I'd rather not bother our comrades with aught less than a dire threat to the star. We four should be sufficient for our purpose. Now, onto specifics. Unlike the first, where the flood of light was halted before its devastation was complete, the 13th has been utterly subsumed by darkness. My plan as such is to explore the void in stages, withdrawing to safety after each brief foray. It would be more convenient had we some manner of base camp nearer to the gate itself. One of the palace chambers should serve. Come, let us reconvene outside Megaduta. Just a casual trip into the 13th. What? Someone needed to give that boy a good talking to. You don't suppose I'll be reprimanded, do you? I did just yell at the satrap. No, you'll be fine. Okay. Oh my god. Let me click the right thing. Lovely. Let us go. Mitch, welcome in. Things going well? probably on the tail end of today's 6-hour stream, but it's been a great return to Final Fantasy XIV. Conducting our expedition out of the Rising Stones would just raise as many questions as recruiting too many scions. At least here in Radz-at-Han, we might be expected to appear road-weary from our local explorations. I was put up in a guest room in the palace while I awaited my audience with Vitra. I expect we'll be given the use of something similar. And so we will require suitable accommodations. Might we make something available for our guests? All the chambers are presently hosting the great mounds of treasure we carried out of the vault. Once the Foundation's activities begin in earnest, however, we can redistribute the trove and make a room or two ready for habitation. Good. Please inform me when you've completed the arrangements. We'll just sleep on a mound of gold. That's all good. Just put a blanket over it. As you heard, we will have you settled in Megaduta in due time. As ever, you are most gracious, Your Excellency. You risk yourselves to aid me in my search for Azdaia. Providing comfortable quarters is the least I can do. I only wish we knew more about our destination. The gods only know how long our explorations might possibly take, or what our chances of success might possibly be. Succeed or fail, I'm grateful to you for convincing me to make the attempt. On that note, I will return to the great work and lend what help I can to Nidhana. If you've preparations to make ere we venture into the 13th, now is the time. All I need is my armor and my lance. Perhaps I'll train with the Radiant Host to pass the time before we depart. You know what this means to me, Omega, but my purpose need not consume you as well. We are headed to another world. Find what joy you can in the experience, for you are a traveler, an adventurer at heart. This I know. Satrap's duty complete. Meanwhile, in the 13th... Dude, second meanwhile of the patch? Lay it on me. Is it going to be voiced this time? Oh, wait a sec. Is this the same guy from before? No. Oh my god, it's a different... Okay, wait. So this person, and then the second cutscene are two different individuals. Do I still think that this is Xenos then? Oh my god. The heli?
And thus I am returned. To this world, bereft of saviors.
I love the asymmetrical hands over the eyes. We have two, okay, we have two mystery void characters. Two mystery void characters. guy speaking with his little elemental things, and that Reaper guy. A world bereft of saviors. We got the Newfound adventure. That's 0.1 patch done. For a second, I thought it was going to open up like a void dungeon at the end of this quest. The next one is In Search of Azdaia. Goddamn. Okay, so we got the one dungeon in this one. Very good start to the Endwalker patch content. Carrying on this story was amazing. Speaking with my old friends in the Scions once again was beautiful. I had a great time returning to the main story. I hope you had a good time joining me for today's stream. Thank you, everybody. Very good 6 hours. So that's 6.1. So now the plan is the next stream is going to be the first part of the raid for the Endwalker patches. And then the stream after that is going to be the first part of the Alliance raid. And then we're going to start like this taking turns of like patch these two raids to get them out of the way, because maybe we should have done the first thing of the raid because that starts before this. But, you know, whatever. Semantics. So we'll do 2 raid streams back to back after this. Then we'll go to patch 6.2. Then we'll go to, you know, take turns on the other things. And then, obviously, like, depending on how long it takes, how much time it takes, we'll figure it out from there. Like, if we spend a lot of time doing one part of the raid, or if it doesn't take as long, we can, like, condense it together. So we might even be able to do, like, the raid and the Alliance raid beginning in one stream, and then move on to the patch in the other one. We'll figure it out when we go. Could even throw in some role questing and some sage leveling in there as well to get that done also. So we've got stuff to do to fill up some time on the streams, but I appreciate each and every one of you for joining me for today's 6.1 return. I'll be streaming on the weekend for the game day, but the next Final Fantasy XIV stream will be my Monday morning, most people's Sunday evening, same as the previous stream at the start of this week. So at the moment it looks like we might be keeping them rotating on those 2 days of my Monday and Thursday mornings, and that should be pretty good to start running through Endwalker patch content, move ourselves into Dawn Trail, try and catch up before Evercold. And Gibgano, thank you so much for the $20 super chat as well. I appreciate you at the end. Thanks for tuning in. Not to get your hopes up, you cannot wait for 6.2. Oh no, my expectations are too high now. If there's one thing I can say about people's excitement about Final Fantasy XIV is that it can't get my hopes up, because like I understand. I know how people feel about Final Fantasy XIV. Like if someone says that Shadowbringers is the best expansion to ever exist, or it's like the greatest story, you'd go, that's pretty big, but then you play it and you go, I agree. And then you go, I agree. So Final Fantasy XIV players, when they say, hey, this thing's going to be great, I believe you. And then when you say something is not as good as the others, I go, you guys are crazy. What do you mean people don't praise Stormblood just because it's not as good as Heaven's Ward or Shadowbringers? I say. But really good stuff playing through the expansions. I'm happy that we got to do 6.1. Next time, 1 or 2 streams. We'll see how we go for the time, but we'll go to Old Charlayan. We'll hit up the raid quests, get them started. So it'll be a good little bit of a group stream engagement, and see where we go from there. So thanks so much, everybody, for joining me for this stream of Final Fantasy XIV. It's been a pleasure. Long overdue to return to the main narrative, and I will see you next time.